Chapter 5058. These words made everyone stunned. Could it be that this guy thought that Long Ao would lose? Although his speed was fast, a battle was not just about speed. And no matter how fast he was, could he be faster than Long Ao? He did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. Cold laughter rang out. The surrounding people kept shaking their heads. Long Ao laughed. Ao also laughed. You don't have the right to ask me to admit defeat. Kid, do you think you can compete with me just because you're fast? Too naive. Are you naive? You'll know after we fight. Lin Xian stretched out a finger and shook it. Come on, don't waste my time. Stupid thing. Long Ao instantly appeared behind Lin Xian. My speed is also very fast. I'm practicing dragon steps. Can you block it? Long Ao slapped down, smashing the black robe into pieces. It's over. The corner of his mouth raised into a smile. The surrounding people also exclaimed. As expected of the strongest person under the emperor, he actually ended the battle with a slap. You're really ignorant. I've said it before. Is the Dragon Palace all trash like this? Everyone is so arrogant. You can't keep up with my speed. Lin Xian's voice rang out from the side. The others were stunned. They turned their heads and shouted in fear. He didn't die. He dodged again. Damn it, what kind of movement technique is that? Why didn't I notice it at all? How is this possible? The people of the Dragon Palace also looked as if they had seen a ghost. Even Long Ao frowned, and his expression became stiff. Previously, he said that he would kill the other party in one move. Now the other party was alive, and he did not notice it at all. This was already a ruthless slap to his face. How embarrassing. Long Ao was so angry that his entire body trembled. Lin Xian walked over and said indifferently, If you want to compete with me in speed, you can cultivate for another 100 years. Before his voice fell, Lin Xian had already arrived at Long Ao's side and slammed his palm over. How is that possible? Long Ao said fiercely. The other party's speed was too fast. It was so fast that he could not even react. Boom! Long Ao Yang Tian roared in anger. His fists danced, shattering the void, forming an endless black hole, blocking the attack. The next moment, he roared at the sky like a dragon god. Kid, you've completely angered me. The others also cried out in surprise, displaying their true strength. Dragon, Tao Divine Fist. The black-robed man was unlucky. That's right, so what if he was fast? In the face of absolute power, everything was futile. Go to hell. Long Ao punched out, destroying heaven and earth. At this moment, the space around Lin Xian was completely shattered. The invisible force was like a cage, preventing all escape. Not good, the Crimson Dragon and the others were worried. They were now very sure that the black-robed man was Lin Xian. It was just that in these 10 years, Long Ao was indeed not the same as before. Could Lin Xian stop him? Boom! An even more terrifying power surged out, transforming into a black sun that advanced courageously. It directly collided with the dragon fist. The sound of heaven and earth shattering rang out. Long Ao was shaken to the point that he kept retreating. His arm was numb. What was going on? Was he pushed back? The others looked at this scene with their mouths agape, unable to believe it. The people from Dragon Palace also exclaimed. This was impossible. They felt as if they were dreaming. The cracks in the sky disappeared, and they saw the black-robed man in front of them slowly retracting his palm. Just now, it was the other party who pushed him back. Long Ao, damn it, this guy is not only fast, but his strength is also so terrifying. How is this possible? What pill did you eat? How can your strength be so strong? Long Ao roared crazily. Lin Xian laughed heartily. Ignorant ant, you don't even know what power is. Forget it, you're too weak. You're not qualified to be my opponent. Is there anyone stronger in Dragon Palace? Lin Xian looked around. At this moment, everyone was shocked. They knew that the person in front of them was an expert. Previously, they were disdainful of the other party's arrogance. But now they knew that the other party had the capital to be arrogant. The Crimson Dragon and the others were excited. Lin Xian had returned, and his strength had become even stronger. Humph. Let's see if Dragon Palace still dares to be arrogant this time. Damn it, I haven't lost yet. I was careless just now. Long Ao roared crazily. It's just 2 moves. I'm only at a disadvantage. What right do you have to call me trash? I'll be serious next. 3 moves. Within 3 moves, I'll destroy your soul. Are you sure you want to destroy me in 3 moves? If you want to fight to the death, I'll accompany you to the end. Lin Xian's eyes shone with an extremely cold light. He was no longer the same person as before. Although it was just a clone, it was an emperor's ability. Even the clone had 70% of his strength. In addition to this clone, he could use all of Lin Xian's abilities. Other than a few powerful trump cards, he had none. Everything else could be used. Therefore, Long Ao was not his opponent at all. In front, the elder of the 1,000-dragon empire frowned. She felt that something was wrong. The black-robed man in front of her was very strange. The few techniques that he displayed, whether it was his movement technique or strength, were all ridiculously strong. It was very likely that he was a top-notch expert, so she was worried for Long Ao. He said, "Stop, we're just sparring." "Stop?" Lin Xian nodded. "That's right. You're probably afraid that he'll die, right?" He then looked at Long Ao and said, "Scram back. Your elders are afraid that you'll die, so they don't dare to let you fight." "What did you say?" Long Ao roared crazily. He was so angry that the other party was looking down on him again. Lin Xian snorted coldly. "To be honest, although you're a genius, that's only to ordinary people. In my eyes, you're really not a genius. What Dragon Prince, the second genius of the Dragon Palace? Everything is just an illusion. You'll always be trampled under the feet of the Dragon Prince, and you'll never be my opponent. Compared to the real young sovereign, you're too far away. Damn it, do you want to die?" Long Ao was really angry. He punched over again. However, he couldn't find any trace of Lin Xian. Lin Xian appeared and disappeared like a ghost. He used Shadowless Heaven's net to perfection, just like a god. "Who do you think you are? A dragon race expert? High and mighty? Do you think your bloodline is strong? Too naive. You're nothing in the dragon race. I'll let you know that your bloodline isn't the strongest outside of the Emperor's son. Rizalong, come up and tell him what a real dragon race bloodline is." The Crimson Dragon walked out and roared. After more than 10 years, this dragon can finally make a move. "Come, dragon, let's fight. I'll personally trample you under my feet." The Crimson Dragon's eyes burst out with a bright light. Previously in the Divine Union, Lin Xian was incomparably dazzling, and he didn't have many opportunities to make a move. As a result, many people ignored him. However, Lin Xian knew that the Crimson Dragon's bloodline was extremely terrifying. Compared to this Dragon Prince, it wasn't weak at all. In fact, it was even stronger. Now, it was time for the Crimson Dragon to show its strength. Chapter 50-59. With just you? A little snake. Long Ao looked at the Crimson Dragon and sneered. "All right, this little psychological warfare has no effect on me. We will know who the snake is after the battle." The Crimson Dragon, with a flash, turned into lightning and struck forward. "And I will let you know how powerful I am." Long Ao roared and punched out. Dragon Path, Divine Fist. It was as if a giant dragon was sweeping between heaven and earth. The laws intertwined, and the void was like a painting being torn apart. The dark red divine dragon didn't even try to dodge. "Take my punch as well." He waved his dragon claws and punched out. The dragon blood martial move was extremely powerful. Clang! A deafening sound rang out, and everyone's blood boiled. In the next moment, they saw 2 fists and retreated. They were evenly matched. Countless people exclaimed. It was too unbelievable. That was Long Ao, known as the Dragon Prince, the son of the Dragon Sea Lord. The power of his bloodline was extremely powerful, and he had the ancient body. It could be said that other than the Dragon Prince, who among the younger generation of the Dragon clan could suppress him, even those who could contend against him were useless. But now, there was someone who could withstand it. Wasn't this guy the dragon by Lin Xian's side? I always thought that he didn't have any ability, but I didn't expect him to be so powerful. Damn it, we were all fooled. He didn't make a move before, but who would have thought that his bloodline power was so terrifying? That Lin Wudi was really terrifying. Were there such experts around him? Now, do you still have the qualifications to call me a snake? The crimson dragon sneered. A terrifying light bloomed on his body, and with a sweep of his tail, it swept away thousands of troops. It turned into a heavenly blade and slashed out. This attack was even more powerful than a sacred weapon, and the 9 heavens were split open. Damn it! Long Ao was furious. Did he underestimate his opponent again? He absolutely couldn't stand it. This time he would not lose again. The Dragon Path Divine Fist was used to the extreme, and it kept colliding with the crimson dragon's tail. Every strike made heaven and earth tremble. The surrounding people were shocked and quickly retreated. How many people would be able to withstand such a battle? The two of them exchanged 50 moves. The surrounding void kept on shattering as the terrifying dragon Qi shrouded everything. Countless rumbling sounds rang out as tens of thousands of dragon silhouettes circled the area. Your dragon Dao Divine Fist is completely useless. Take my heaven, splitting 10 strikes. The crimson dragon roared and waved its claws. It attacked 10 times in a row, and the whole world was shattered. This was also one of the great techniques of the Dragon Clan. Long Ao was beaten back. Both of his arms were broken, and even his bones were exposed. Damn it! He raised his head and roared. He didn't expect that his Dragon Dao Divine Fist would be broken by his opponent. Dragon Traversal 9 rotations. He roared angrily, turned into a giant dragon, and kept rolling. Every time he rolled, his strength increased by a bit. The laws on his body worked together with the Dragon Clan's peerless mystique as he charged forward. This time, the heavens splitting 10 strikes was utterly shattered. I will not be defeated. Die. I will let you know what the true ancient desolate body is. It charged over like a dragon god. It was too terrifying. This should be the great emperor's mystique. Countless people were shocked. The 9 revolutions of the dragon brought about incomparable power. Toad and the others were worried. Would Rizalong be okay? Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes. He didn't expect Long Ao to also cultivate the great emperor's mystique. It was indeed powerful, but fortunately, it seemed that the other party hadn't cultivated it to perfection. Moreover, he knew that the Crimson Dragon's trump card was definitely not weak. Although it didn't have the great emperor's mystique, it had the bloodline inheritance. As expected, the dark red divine dragon floated in the air as its body continued to grow in size in the face of such a shocking attack. It turned into a divine dragon that was 100 feet long. The scales on its back bloomed with dragon blood and soared into the air, forming a dragon blade in the air. Slash! With a roar, the 9 heavens and 10 earths shattered. The dragon blade slashed down, turning into the only thing in the world. Not good. At this moment, the people of the Dragon Clan were terrified. This blade was really too terrifying, as if it could split them in half. Damn it, which Dragon Clan did he belong to? The elders of the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty went crazy. Why didn't they know about such a powerful Dragon Clan genius before? Heaven and earth shattered. The front was shrouded in chaos, and they could only wait nervously. In the end, they saw a figure retreat. Long Ao was split in half and fled with a scream. He retreated, his hair disheveled, and roared crazily. Damn ant, you dare to hurt me? Countless people gasped. Long Ao was actually injured, and he was even split in half. The people of the Dragon Palace also couldn't believe it. The Crimson Dragon walked out of the chaos with a dragon blade floating above his head. He sneered. Don't you understand who's the ant now? You've lost. Lin Xian also walked out with a smile. It was really a fierce battle, but unfortunately you've lost again. Didn't you call yourself the #1 genius below the Imperial Prince? Weren't you invincible in the Dragon Clan? How many times have you lost now? More than 10 years ago, when you just came out, one of your clones was killed by someone else. Later, your true body was suppressed by someone else and you lost. More than 10 years later, you couldn't even block 2 of my moves. Now, you've lost to a powerhouse from the Dragon Clan, and he wasn't the Imperial Prince. You've lost too many times. What right does a person like you have to stand here? You're an ant, a piece of trash. You're destined to be trampled under others' feet for the rest of your life. Lin Xian said coldly. There was a strange aura in his voice. This was also the great emperor's ability, demonic voice. At this moment, when he used it, it began to affect Long Ao in the dark. Long Ao was so angry that his entire body trembled. He kept retreating, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He roared towards the sky as if he had gone mad. With a crack, there was a shattering sound between heaven and earth. Long Ao fell down. The elder of the 10,000 dragons dynasty roared crazily. Damn it, you dare to break my Dao heart. He struck out with his palm. Lin Xian was already prepared. His figure flashed and instantly disappeared. Shadowless heavens net this elder couldn't hit him at all. How despicable. Didn't you say that you wouldn't attack me? Everyone in the world was watching. Damn it. The people of the 10,000 dragons dynasty gritted their teeth. That elder said, You broke his Dao heart. Can I attack you? Lin Xian laughed. What a joke. His every move was a fatal move. If he was hit, his soul would be destroyed. I only said 2 sentences. His Dao heart was destroyed. What does it have to do with me? That's because his Dao heart isn't firm enough. Otherwise, how could it be destroyed? A person who doesn't even have a firm Dao heart. What right does he have to walk the path of the great emperor? What right does he have to compete with the Imperial Prince? Lin Xian's words were incomparably sonorous. The surrounding people were dumbfounded. They didn't expect Long Ao to be defeated again. Moreover, it seemed that this time he was completely trampled under his feet and couldn't make a comeback. Not only that, this was a ruthless slap to the Dragon Palace's face. This gathering had completely changed. The Dragon Palace wanted to use this gathering to create momentum for the Dragon Prince. But now they had been ruthlessly slapped in the face and completely lost face. Chapter 5060. Long Ao's Dao heart had been destroyed, and he was no different from a cripple now. If he could not regain his confidence, his life would be over. For a top genius, this was worse than death. Damn it, who are you? Who are you? The elder of the 1,000-dragon empire roared. In the sky, the Dragon Prince also cast his gaze down. He was surprised that this person could defeat Long Ao. Did he want to challenge the Dragon Palace? He was the real founder of the Dragon Palace. At this moment, there was a trace of killing intent in his eyes. This killing intent caused the surrounding geniuses to feel their scalps go numb. They knew that the Dragon Prince was angry. If the other party attacked, the black-robed man would not be able to withstand it. Who am I? Lin Xian smiled. Why, does no one remember me? He slowly took off the cloak on his head, revealing his real face. Who is this person? Everyone looked over curiously. However, when they saw it, they were stunned as if they were struck by lightning. Lan Ziyu also opened her eyes wide in disbelief. In the next moment, she screamed in horror. Lin Xian, you're not dead. You are back? Some of the new geniuses were also shocked. Lin Xian, is he the Lin Wuti? Wasn't he a little too strong? Oh my God, it is really him. This was a legendary figure who had single-handedly established the divine union. Exclamations were heard one after another. At this moment, the whole place was in an uproar. It is him, it is really him. Bai Susu's eyes turned red. The Crimson Dragon and Toad smiled. As for Leaf Daudenier, a smile broke out on his face. He had guessed that it was Lin Xian, and now it was confirmed. Yes, it is me. Lin Xian looked around and said loudly, I'm back. Damn it, it is this guy. The people of the Dragon Palace gritted their teeth, and the Blue Tribe looked even worse. They thought that Lin Xian had not appeared for more than 10 years and had fallen. This made them very happy. However, not only did Lin Xian not fall, but he had also become stronger. Uft! Long Ao even spat out a mouthful of old blood and directly fainted. If he had lost to someone else, he could still forgive him, but he had lost to Lin Xian. How could he tolerate this? However, if Long Ao were to know that this was just a clone of Lin Xian, the other party would probably have the heart to die. Lin Xian's appearance could be said to have set off an endless storm. All of a sudden, the atmosphere of the entire party changed completely. It was as if this gathering was no longer to build momentum for the Dragon Prince, but to prepare for Lin Xian's return. Everyone was looking at Lin Xian. All kinds of legends and discussions about him were spreading. The people of Dragon Palace were completely ignored. Humph! At this moment, a cold snort was heard. The 9 heavens were shaking. Everyone's bodies were trembling. When they came back to their senses, cold sweat flowed down. They had forgotten that the Dragon Prince was still here. This was an emperor's son. Once he was enraged, who could stop him? In the sky, the Dragon Prince said coldly, Kid, I didn't expect you to grow to this extent. It's really surprising, but you actually dared to ruin my party. You've got guts. Kneel on the ground and apologize. I'll give you a quick death. Otherwise, you will die without a doubt. The Dragon Prince's gaze was like a divine sword piercing through the 9 heavens. Everyone was frightened and kept retreating. Under this power, no one seemed to be able to resist. The Crimson Dragon and the others were facing a great enemy. Even Yi Wudao clenched his fists. They didn't care about Long Ao, but the Dragon Prince was different. The other party had the strongest bloodline in the world. That was the bloodline of a great emperor. Moreover, the other party cultivated an emperor's scripture. Such a person was the strongest enemy. Kneel down and accept death? With just you? Lin Xian raised his head and snorted coldly. Get down here. I don't like to raise my head and talk to others. Everyone sucked in a cold breath. This guy dared to challenge the emperor's son? Where did his courage come from? How dare he? The experts of Dragon Palace were also angry. Who do you think you are? How dare you challenge our Dragon Prince? Noisy. Lin Xian snorted coldly. With a wave of his hand, several rays of demonic light flew out and instantly pierced through the roaring people. Screams rang out. Those people were nailed to death in the void. Everyone was terrified. These people were also experts of Dragon Palace, top geniuses. But now, they couldn't even block one move from Lin Xian. Lin Xian retracted his hand and said coldly, I'm talking to the Emperor's son. You're not qualified to challenge me. Everyone was shocked. Lin Xian had grown to the point where he could compete with the Emperor's son? Even Bai Susu and the others couldn't believe it, because, in their opinion, the Emperor's son's opponent was only another Emperor's son. He was above everyone else. And no matter how strong they were, they only had one title, and that was the strongest person under the Emperor's son. For example, Long Ao used this title before, but no one dared to challenge the Emperor's son. No one dared to make a move on the Emperor's son. Lin Xian wanted to be the first challenger. You want to challenge me? I'm afraid you're not qualified. The Dragon Prince's voice was cold. In his eyes, everyone under the Emperor's son was an ant. Even if Lin Xian defeated Long Ao, he was still not qualified. Lin Xian laughed. So what if he was the Emperor's son? None of the emperors who became emperors in the past were emperors. They were all experts who walked out of countless dust. No matter how strong you are, you're just an emperor. You can't become an emperor. And I'm in existence who will become an emperor in the future. It's your honor that I challenge you. Lin Xian stepped into the air. His body walked up to the 9 heavens. This guy's belief was really too strong. The surrounding people were shocked. They kept retreating. At the same time, they were excited. They could finally see a top expert challenging Emperor Sun. They wondered how many moves this Lin Wuyi could take. For the past 10 years, he had disappeared. He must have gone out to train. They wondered if he had any gains. If he broke through to become a great sage, he might be able to compete with the Dragon Emperor. But now, it was a pity that his cultivation seemed to be weaker than the Dragon Prince. The people of the Dragon Palace snorted coldly. He couldn't even resist a finger of the Dragon Prince. Just wait. He'll definitely die in one move. What qualifications do you have to stand side by side with me? Get down. Seeing Lin Xian walking up, the Dragon Prince snorted coldly. He stomped his foot, and the endless void turned into fragments. A terrifying force rushed toward Lin Xian. Boom! Lin Xian punched out. The Six Paths fist shone brightly and pressed forward. Boom! The two collided, and an endless black hole appeared. Flames danced in the air. Lin Xian blocked the kick like a dragon coming out of the sea. Then he stood above the 9 heavens and stood side by side with the Dragon Prince. Heavens, he actually managed to block it. Countless people were in an uproar. Even the people of the Dragon Palace couldn't believe it. Did he really have the qualifications to challenge the Emperor's son? Chapter 5061. Am I qualified now? Lin Xian looked at the Dragon Prince and smirked. The Dragon Prince's face was terrifyingly dark. It was unbelievable that Lin Xian could block his attack. One had to know how terrifying his bloodline was. Even if it was a great sage middle stage, this move would be trampled into pieces by him. But Lin Xian blocked it. I underestimated you. Your talent is indeed super strong. If there were no Thearchs, no one would be able to compete with you. But it's a pity that I've appeared, so you must be trampled under my feet. The Dragon Prince's eyes shone with confidence again. So what if Lin Xian blocked it? That was just a casual attack. Next, he would let Lin Xian know what despair was. Dragon Path, Divine Fist. The Dragon Prince punched out. Such a terrifying technique was in his hands. It was 10 times stronger than Long Aozi's previous attack. The terrifying light broke through the sky. So strong. Countless people looked up at the sky in horror. Lin Xian snorted coldly. It was the Six Path Fist again. The two collided again as if two worlds were colliding. After one attack, Lin Xian laughed. Is this the strength of the arch? That's all. That's all. The Dragon Prince's pupils constricted when he heard this. Lin Xian actually dared to underestimate him. Dragon Path 9 transformations. First transformation. Another attack was thrown out, and there was a giant dragon in the sky. The power of this attack was even more terrifying than the Dragon Path Divine Fist. Countless people exclaimed, "It's the Thearch's divine ability. This power is much stronger than Long Aozi's. This Lin Xian is dead. That's for sure. No matter how strong he is, how can he block this attack? Brother Lin, let me see how you block it." Yi Wudao's eyes were also shining. Sword technique? Divine body? Or some other divine ability? In the face of this attack, Lin Xian also felt threatened. He took a deep breath and didn't dare to be careless. Then he slapped out his palm. His right hand was as black as ink, and it turned into a huge seal that slapped forward. The demonic god seal was also a Thearch's divine ability. Boom! The two collided again. The void shattered, and chaos filled the air as if the world was splitting apart. Was Lin Wuyi dead? They looked ahead, but soon they were terrified. Lin Xian did not die. Instead, he managed to block the previous palm strike. This was too inconceivable. He was actually able to block the divine ability of a great emperor. Where did this guy come from? What had he been through all these years? The people of the Dragon Palace went crazy. Even the Dragon Prince's face turned pale again. How strong was he? Other than Kuin Pengzi, no one could make him serious. As for the others, they were all killed in one move. But now, he had already executed the martial monarch realm divine ability to deal with an ant, yet he still could not do anything to the other party. Dragon, traversing 9 transformations, second transformation. The 2 giant dragons rolled and charged forward. Its power increased exponentially. Lin Xian still used the Devil God Seal to contend against it, but the power above it was even more terrifying. Did he block the second attack as well? Everyone was shocked. If the first strike was due to luck, then the second strike was due to luck. It could no longer be explained by luck. Lin Xian really had the strength to compete with the Arch now. The Dragon Prince attacked again. This time it was 3 dragon figures. The Devil God Seal shone brightly, and extremely terrifying runes appeared on it as if it was going to suppress heaven and earth. After one attack, the 3 dragon figures were suppressed between heaven and earth. They roared at the sky, but they could not escape. Lin Xian laughed. Dragon Prince, you're just SOO. Someone like you still wants to be crowned king? Ridiculous. He did it. Did he really do it? Bai Susu was shocked. The Crimson Dragon could not believe it either. Heavens, what did this kid use? Yi Wudao's eyes shone with a terrifying light as he stared at the black seal. I feel a fresh aura on it. Could it be a great Emperor Realm divine ability? He gasped. He did not expect Brother Lin to also cultivate a great Emperor Realm divine ability. No wonder he could compete with the Arch. The Dragon Prince did not make a move. His eyes shone brightly as he said coldly, I didn't expect you to also know a divine ability. That was really out of my expectations. What? Lin Xian actually used a great Emperor Realm divine ability. Heavens, he actually knows a great Emperor Realm divine ability? Could it be that he's also a Arch? Impossible. He doesn't have such a bloodline power. Could it be that he found a great Emperor Realm divine ability in some ruins outside? His luck was too good. Exclamations of surprise rang out one after another. At this moment, everyone's eyes were red. They could only be envious that the Dragon Prince had a great Emperor Realm divine ability because he was a Arch. But Lin Xian was just like them. He was not a Arch, nor was he a member of the Arch race. But now, Lin Xian also had a great Emperor Realm divine ability. They were about to go crazy. Even some of the older generation powerhouses' eyes were burning with passion. If there was a chance, they would attack at all costs. Had he been discovered? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes, but soon he snorted coldly. So what? This time he didn't plan to hide. So what if he was discovered? Kid, do you think you can compete with me just because you know a great Emperor Realm divine ability? You're too naive. The inheritance of an ancient great emperor is not as simple as you think. Next, I'll let you see it for yourself. Beside him, there were a few more figures of dragons rolling about. Obviously, the Dragon Prince was going to use an even more terrifying technique. Lin Xian's eyes shone brightly. Suddenly, he was stunned and sighed. It seems that my time is up. Time is up? What does that mean? Everyone was puzzled. Soon, they discovered that the black seal in the sky was slowly disappearing. 3 giant dragons flew up and roared at the sky. Not only that, Lin Xian's figure also became dim, as if he would disappear at any time. What's going on? Is Lin Wudi injured? Is he going to die? Exclamations sounded one after another. The Crimson Dragon and the others were also nervous. Yi Wudao's eyes shone with a cold light. The next moment, he seemed to have discovered something and exclaimed, No, it's not death, it's a clone. His clone's power was exhausted and was about to disappear. What? Is this a clone? Everyone was stunned. An existence that suppressed Long Ao in 2 moves and could now use a great Emperor Realm divine ability to compete with the Dragon Prince. You're telling me that this is just a clone? They couldn't accept it. Then where is Lin Xian's real body? How powerful is Lin Xian's real body? Could it be that he's already on par with the Crown Prince? Everyone felt like they were dreaming. Can someone really be so heaven-defying? Damn it, the Dragon Prince was also angry. He felt like he had been slapped in the face. The one who fought with him was just a clone. Was the other party looking down on him? He slapped out a palm, enveloping the clone. However, the demonic chi rolled and disappeared. Lin Xian's clone disappeared without a trace. Chapter 5062. It doesn't matter if you're a clone or your real body. You'll still be destroyed when you meet me. Lin Wudi, one day, I'll let you know what despair is. The dragon prince retracted his palm and looked around. He said, coldly, in a month, I'll be crowned as the crown king in the True Path sect. By then, I'll be the king of the world. After saying that, he waved his sleeve and turned to leave. The gathering had been completely ruined by Lin Xian. He was too ashamed to stay any longer. The people of the Dragon Palace also sent the guests off. The surrounding people all left. They were extremely shocked. They quickly spread the news, especially those from the 3 great orthodoxies and the clans of the ancients. Lin Xian's return caused a huge commotion. He was too powerful. What, you're saying that Lin Xian is back? Moreover, he could compete with the Dragon Prince. What a joke. Who does he think he is? How could he compete with the Emperor's son? Some experts and saints shook their heads when they heard that. However, they realized that the news was spreading like wildfire. Many people had seen it with their own eyes. Among them were the 5 great swordsmen of the heavenly sect, Yi Wu Dao, and the overlord of the earth sect. These people would not lie. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Has Lin Xian become so powerful? He was too heaven-defying. He was really a young great emperor. Did you know that's not all? The one who competed with the Dragon Prince was only Lin Xian's clone. This news made countless people go crazy. A clone competed with the Emperor's son. Oh heavens, oh earth, what kind of scene was this? Everyone felt that it was so unreal. A young supreme being. Lin Xian already had the strength of an emperor's son. He was above everything. It was said that he had also cultivated the great emperor's divine power, who could suppress him in the future. Discussions could be heard one after another. At this moment, the people from the 3 great orthodoxies were shocked. The clans of the ancients and the great sects were terrified, especially those who had a grudge against Lin Xian. They were facing a great enemy. Now, they could only pin their hopes on the Dragon Prince. They hoped that the Dragon Prince could show his strength and kill Lin Xian. When Tianzong heard the news, he was also shocked. Kunpingzi's eyes flashed. Lin Xian, another opponent, had appeared out of nowhere. Previously, he didn't pay any attention to it at all. As far as he was concerned, his strongest opponent was only the Dragon Prince. Of course, there were other threats, such as Leaf, Daodenier, and Ancient Wind. These people cultivated the inheritances of the great emperors. In the future, they might be able to fight against them. But as for Lin Xian, he didn't care at all. But now, the speed at which the other party grew had far exceeded his imagination. A young supreme being? Interesting, it really was a golden age. But I am not afraid of anything. Kunpingzi stood up, and the yin and yang qi flowed around his body. He was like a god, abnormally mysterious. The people of Dragon Palace gnashed their teeth. The 10,000 Dragon Court had also gathered countless experts and elders. Someone said, "Who would have thought that he was such a scourge? I'll go and kill him." A terrifying great sage walked out, his body radiating with biting, cold, killing intent. However, one of the ancestors shook his head. No matter how strong he was, he definitely wouldn't be a match for the Dragon Prince. They would keep him alive. When the Dragon Prince was crowned, they would use him as a sacrifice. The eyes of the people of the 10,000 Dragon Court lit up. In a month, the Dragon Prince would be crowned king. At that time, during the ceremony, the Dragon Prince would kill Lin Xian in front of the entire world. Only then would the world be shocked, and everyone would know who was the ruler of the world. There was only a month left. They had to prepare well and invite the experts of the world. This time, their coronation had to surpass Kunpingzi's. The people of the 10,000 Dragon Court moved quickly. On the other side, in the core region of the Taoist sect, when the elders found out, they were all stunned. They had misjudged. They didn't expect the Taoist sect to have such a hidden dragon, but they were hesitant. If it was before, they would definitely be happy, because this Lin Xian also had the right to be crowned king. But it was different now. The Dragon Prince was about to be crowned. The Dragon Prince and Lin Xian were sworn enemies. Could the Taoist sect support two people? They could only choose one. Some of the elders sighed. They seemed to have thought of something. Previously, before Lin Xian, there had also been someone who had displayed the talent of a young paragon. That was Long Guang, a powerhouse of the dragon tribe. He had once competed with the Dragon Prince, but had unexpectedly fallen. Although there was no evidence, these elders knew that it was very likely that the 10,000 Dragon Court had done it. The 10,000 Dragon Court didn't allow anyone to threaten the Dragon Prince. Would Lin Xian be the second Long Guang? What would happen to him? These elders didn't know, but they weren't optimistic. On the other hand, the Divine Union was extremely excited. On this day, all the members of the Divine Union gathered together. They were extremely excited as they looked ahead. Boss Lin had returned and could even compete with the Dragon Prince. What kind of scene was this? Previously, they had been suppressed by the Dragon Palace and couldn't raise their heads. Many people had even been seriously injured, and some had even fallen. They had thought that the Divine Union was finished. They hadn't expected that things would turn around and Lin Xian would return. The Divine Union was finally going to rise again. Ahead, the Crimson Dragon and the others were also waiting. Not long after, a devil-like figure appeared in the distance. Was it another clone? The Crimson Dragon asked. That figure was Lin Xian's clone. He nodded. I'm trying my best to break through the sacred Gulf Tower and reach the peak within a month. Therefore, my main body can't come out. The Crimson Dragon and the others gasped when they heard this. Reaching the peak within a month? Wouldn't that mean that he would also be crowned as a monarch? Was the Divine Union going to have a monarch with one crown? That was great. This way, they wouldn't have to fear the Dragon Palace anymore. So what if it was the Dragon Prince? They also had a monarch with one crown on their side, with his clone overseeing the Divine Union. Lin Xian also started to make arrangements. He said loudly, Everyone, I know that you have been suppressed and attacked previously. We will take revenge. Cheers rang out one after another as the members of the Divine Union roared. They had all seen hope. Lin Xian waved his hand once again and smiled. Come, let me introduce some new friends to everyone. With a wave of his hand, a vortex appeared in the air. Senior Soul, come out. The people who walked out were the Soul Sage, Soul Cliff, and the other Soul Sages. After they came out, they stood in the void, and a terrifying, murderous aura spread in all directions. The surrounding geniuses of the Divine Union narrowed their eyes. They felt a biting, cold, murderous intent engulf them. It seemed like it could easily tear their bodies apart. Who were these people? The Crimson Dragon was also surprised. Chapter 5063. By Susu frowned and said, What a terrifying, murderous aura! Could they be assassins? Lin Xian smiled. That's right, they were assassins and extremely terrifying killing sages. They appeared and disappeared mysteriously and killed without leaving a trace. These are my life and death friends that I met when I was training outside. From now on, we will be a family. Next, it was time to celebrate. Everyone was excited to meet again after more than 10 years. Therefore, the banquet lasted for 6 days, and everyone was still unsatisfied. However, the Crimson Dragon and the rest knew that there were more important things waiting for them. Today, everyone gathered again. Lin Xian asked about what had happened in the past 10 years. Soon he frowned. Are you saying that Lanziu was the one who led the suppression of the Divine Union all these years? Lin Xian's face was cold. This woman had attacked them more than once. Previously, she had relied on the geniuses of the Blue Tribe. Later on, when the geniuses of the Blue Tribe were destroyed, She had relied on Long Ao. She had used the power of the Dragon Palace to suppress them. It seemed like there was no need for her to exist. Let's start with her. Lin Xian said coldly. Since Lan Ziyu was the main culprit, he would not let her go no matter what. Let's go and take revenge. Lin Xian waved his hand and walked forward. At this moment, more terrifying news came. The Dragon Prince had successfully reached the top. At this moment, a terrifying bell sound came from the Holy Gulf Tower and reverberated in all directions. Countless people in the Holy Gulf ancient city looked into the distance. Had someone reached the top again? The Dragon Prince had done it. It was a fact that he had been crowned as the King of the Crown. Exclamations were heard one after another. The people of the Dragon Palace laughed heartily. This was great. The families and sects under the Dragon Prince were also ecstatic. From now on, they would soar to the sky. Tianzong frowned, and Kunping Zi's eyes flickered. Had he finally reached the top? Now he was qualified to fight with them. When the time came, they would have to see how strong he was. A black and white aura appeared in his eyes. Lin Xian and the rest were also solemn when they heard the news. Reaching the top represented a pinnacle of strength. Bai Susu and the others turned to look at Lin Xian. Was he still going to make a move? After all, the Blue Clan was under the Dragon Emperor's command. Attack! Lin Xian remained unmoved. His main body had already swept through the sacred Abyss Tower. With the strength of his main body, it was only a matter of time before he reached the peak. So, he was not afraid of the Dragon Prince at all. They walked towards the Dragon Palace, but learned that Lan Ziyu had already left. The toad said she didn't return to the Dragon Palace at all. Ever since Long Ao's Dao heart was shattered, she seemed to have left with her family. This woman is really scheming, the Crimson Dragon snorted. Now that Long Ao was crippled, Lan Ziyu didn't even dare to return to the Dragon Palace without any backing. It seems that she knows we should look for her again. Bai Susu harumphed coldly. Unfortunately for her, she won't be able to escape. We've been keeping an eye on her for a long time now, and we know the 3 places she frequents. Let's go. Lin Xian waved his hand and led his men out. Bright Moon Lake. This place was like a paradise on earth, and it was a place Lan Ziyu frequented before. At this moment, there were still guards from the Dragon Palace guarding this place. Suddenly, their pupils constricted because they saw a group of people appear in front of them. Who is it? Stop, go back. This is not a place you can come. The people from the Dragon Palace shouted coldly. However, what greeted them was a slap. A black palm blotted out the sky and covered the earth, smashing them into a bloody mist. Damn it, who is it? It's too powerful. The guards were horrified. There was a great sage among them, and his face was filled with despair. Someone who could kill him in one move was definitely not an ordinary person. The terrifying demonic aura reminded him of someone who had just returned. You're Lin Xian. He was horrified. Lin Xian smiled. That's right, it's me. Where's Lan Ziyu? Are you looking for Fairy Lan? She's not here. The great sage was horrified. Lin Wudi, don't go too far. Don't you know that our Dragon Prince has already reached the peak? So what? Lin Xian was unmoved. He slapped the other party's soul into pieces. Then he said, go in and look for her. The people from the Divine Union moved out one after another, and a huge battle ensued. Some of the guards inside were also roaring. They wanted to send out a distress signal. Lin Xian's hand covered the entire area. Not a single message could be sent out. The Crimson Dragon and the others moved out. This time the people from the Soul Sect also came. Han Yi led them and appeared and disappeared unpredictably. In the end, everyone in the Bright Moon Lake died, and the entire lake was dyed red with blood. Is she here? Lin Xian asked. Those people searched once and shattered the ground, turning it into an abyss. They said, no, she's not here. Then they went to another place. Then the 2nd and 3rd places all received devastating blows. However, There was still no sign of Lan Ziyu. Where did he go? Bai Susu said he should have returned to the Blue Tribe. I know about their branch's manor domain. The Blue Tribe? Let's go. The group set off again. So what if it was a clan of the ancients? They still dared to attack aggressively. Blue Feather Manor. The manor that was named after Lan Ziyu was a newly built territory. The people who lived there were from Lan Ziyu's lineage. At the moment, many experts were gathered in Blue Feather Manor. An old man stood with his hands behind his back. He was Lan Ziyu's grandfather. Beside him was Lan Ziyu's father and the other powerhouses of the Blue Tribe. Someone said, "That's great." Although Long Ao's Tao heart was shattered, the Dragon Prince finally succeeded. The Blue Tribe's strength will also increase in the future and surpass the other clan of the ancients. Lin Wudi is nothing to be afraid of. Lan Ziyu's grandfather smiled. I've already received a piece of news. The Dragon Prince will personally kill Lin Wudi during the monarch conferral ceremony to intimidate everyone. Therefore, Lin Wudi will definitely die. Ha 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 ha. They all burst into laughter. At that moment, an earth-shattering voice rang out. A ray of sword light pierced through the 9 heavens like a bolt of lightning, splitting the sky and earth. Their great hall also began to shake violently. Who is it? How dare they come to the Blue Manor and behave atrociously? The powerhouses all walked out. They saw the sky split open in front of them, and a group of people walked over. The one at the front was a man in a black robe. Lin Wudi, it's you. How dare you come here? Lan Ziyu's father roared, You're courting death. Attack! At his command, countless formations appeared around them, along with countless powerhouses of the Blue Tribe. The formations flashed with terrifying lightning, terrifying flames, and torrential seawater. They all rushed over, trying to swallow Lin Xian. Lin Xian roared and waved his hand. Terrifying sword qi slashed out in all directions, shattering the sky and earth. Countless cracks appeared on those spirit formations, and they shattered into pieces. Chapter 5064. The people from the Blue Clan were stunned. These arrays had been carefully set up by them and were terrifying. Even a group of great sages might not be able to break them. But now, with just a few simple swords from Lin Xian, he was torn into pieces. How terrifying was this guy's strength? Lan Ziyu's father's face turned ugly. They knew that the other party was strong, but they had not seen it with their own eyes. Therefore, they all felt that the rumors were exaggerated and that there were a lot of exaggerations. But now that they saw this scene, they changed their minds. They had underestimated the other party. Father, the middle-aged man, looked at the old man behind him. The old man's face was cold as he walked out. He was Lan Ziyu's grandfather. Young man, you don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Kneel down now and break your own arms. I'll give you a quick death. Otherwise, I'll let you know what it means to wish you were dead. A piercingly cold voice rang out. The surrounding void could not withstand this power and began to crack open. Lin Xian laughed after hearing this. Hand over Lan Ziyu, and I'll let you die a quick death. Otherwise, I'll let you know what it means to be reincarnated. You're courting death. Stubborn. Elder Lan was completely enraged. He waved his palm. Everywhere it passed, the world was frozen. It was as if a world of ice had descended. The void around Lin Xian turned into an ice cage. The strength of this attack shocked the people from the Divine Union. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He had not expected this elder to be an expert who had surpassed the average intermediate great sage. However, Lin Xian was still not afraid. The other party was not a great sage. Therefore, he sneered and thought, You want to trap me with these petty tricks of yours? Sword qi appeared in his hand and slashed in all directions. The piercingly cold sword light shattered all the ice in the surroundings. The monstrous sword shadow seemed to shatter everything. An earth-shattering sound rang out. The surrounding ice shattered into pieces. Elder Lan's pupils shrank. He kept retreating. One of his arms was cut open and blood was staining it. "Elder!" Countless people exclaimed. The middle-aged man's pupils shrank as well. "Father, are you okay?" They were all scared silly. This young man in front of them was actually so powerful that even their elders were no match for him. Lin Xian sneered. "You dare to contend with me with this little bit of strength? Hand over Lan Ziyu. Young man, you don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. You actually dared to hurt me. I will let you know what despair is." The old man threw away the walking stick in his hand. A blue rune appeared between his eyebrows and spread throughout his body. "Father!" When he saw this scene, the middle-aged man exclaimed, "Could it be that he's going to execute that ultimate technique?" However, he still wanted to say something, but Elder Lon waved his hand and stopped him. "After recuperating for so many years, some people have already forgotten my name. Now, it was time to show off his strength and let these young juniors see what a true peerless expert was." As the blue runes spread, Elder Blue's power kept increasing. Behind them, the Crimson Dragon and the others also frowned. What was this? The people from the Divine Union exclaimed. The Crimson Dragon said, "It was a secret technique that could seal part of one's cultivation to prolong one's life. Once it was executed, one would recover to their peak combat strength, but the loss of life would intensify." It seemed that the old man was serious. So what if he was serious? Toad snorted coldly. Let's see his expression of despair later. It was freezing up ahead. Elder Blue's aura was much more tyrannical than before. He was like the god of ice, and an ice divine sword appeared in his hand. With a wave of his hand, the world was frozen. "Young man, how do you want to die?" "I will fulfill your wish." The ice divine sword pointed forward, and an ice dragon condensed. Wherever he passed, nothing could escape. Was he still hiding his strength? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He didn't expect Lan Ziyu's grandfather to be an expert. It was a pity that the other party had met him. The demonic aura on his body condensed and formed a demonic sword. Lin Xian walked forward. "You want to compete with me in sword techniques? Do you know what sword techniques are?" As he spoke, a biting cold sword aura slashed forward, and a terrifying demonic light surged through the 9 heavens. That ice dragon was instantly shattered. "You have some strength. Watch my blue spirit sword." The ice divine sword swayed, and the terrifying sword light turned into an illusion, shrouding the front. "Retreat quickly." The people of the Blue Clan quickly retreated. They were nervous and expectant. The middle-aged man snorted. His father had already used all his strength. The other party definitely couldn't resist. There was still a huge gap between a top genius and a peerless powerhouse. The sword light that filled the sky split open, and the cold aura froze everything. A black figure was also sealed in ice. When Elder Blue saw this, the corners of his mouth curled up. It was over. He walked up. The people of the Blue Clan laughed. It was over so quickly. Could this guy compete with the Dragon Prince? What a joke. Elder Blue's sword cleaved the black figure into 2 halves. However, his pupils shrank. No blood flowed out. Was it an afterimage? He suddenly turned around, only to find a demonic sword flying toward his forehead. In a panic, he formed a seal with his palms, and a blue ice divine shield blocked it. He was sent flying, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. The blue shield was also split in half. Elder Blue's face turned ugly, and the middle-aged man behind him was horrified. That was a divine artifact. How could it be split in half? How terrifying was the power of this sword! If his father didn't have a trump card, that sword could have avoided his father's head. I've said it before. You're courting death if you want to compete with me in sword techniques. Lin Xian had already used Shadowless Heaven's net to dodge that sword. That was the first strike of the Shura sword, which was blocked by his opponent's divine artifact. However, he didn't care. He wanted to see how many strikes his opponent could block. How dare you destroy my divine artifact? You've completely angered me. Elder Blue snorted. He waved his hand and took out another divine artifact. It was a weapon that looked like a teapot. It was exquisite, and there were endless runes of law revolving around it. It was the blue smoke pot. He activated it, and blue mist floated out from it, like ribbons wrapped around the front. There was a sinister power on it. The people from the Blue clan laughed when they saw this. They knew that the blue smoke pot was an extremely terrifying treasure. Once entangled by the blue mist, there was no way to escape. Let's see how that kid will die this time. The blue mist surrounded Lin Xian, and even Lin Xian's sword light seemed to be entangled. Seeing this scene, Elder Blue laughed loudly. Little Zay, although you're strong, you're too young. You're no match for me in terms of foundation. I only need to take out a few divine artifacts to make you despair. Now that you're entangled by my blue smoke pot, let's see how you can escape. He raised the blue smoke pot, wanting to suck Lin Xian in. Chapter 5065. Lin Xian frowned when he sensed the terrifying aura. He had to admit that the other party's saint artifact was indeed extraordinary. Seeing that Lin Xian was resisting, Elder Blue snorted coldly. Kid, it's useless. No matter how strong you are, you won't be able to withstand it. To be honest, you're indeed a top-notch genius. You don't have the bloodline of a Tharch, but your talent and strength are comparable to a Thearcha's. No matter which era you were in, you could reach the peak and even become a great emperor. But it's a pity that you appeared in this era. In this era, there are several Thearchs. Moreover, you're too arrogant. You actually dared to offend an elder like me. Therefore, I'll send you on your way. A dead genius is nothing. A smile appeared on Su Chen's face. A dead genius? You're too arrogant. Who do you think you are? Also, let me tell you, the one you're fighting now is just a clone of mine. What? Clone? Elder Blue's pupils constricted when he heard this. He didn't dare to believe that the other party's clone was already so powerful. Damn it! This made him feel a strong sense of danger. Even if he killed the other party's clone, so what? Damn it, I don't believe you. Don't try to lie to me. Kid, do you think I can't see through your plan? You want to distract me so that you can escape? What a joke. Elder Blue was unmoved and continued to activate the mist smoke pot. Tens of thousands of wisps of smoke filled the air, trying to pull Lin Xian into it. Go to hell. The blue smoke pot contained an extremely powerful energy that could turn the other party into a pool of blood. Ignorant, you're already old. Let me show you the power of the heart. Lin Xian released a terrifying demonic aura. It was as if he had transformed into a demon lord. However, he was still sucked in. Lin Xian's figure disappeared and entered the blue smoke pot. Elder Blue looked up and laughed. Clone? Genius? You'll be a pool of blood after you enter. Great, the elder is mighty. When the people of the blue race saw this, they all looked up and laughed. The crimson dragon frowned. This saint artifact was extremely extraordinary. He wondered how Lin Xian was doing. Although they were nervous, they were not worried. This was because it was indeed just a clone. However, if the doppelganger was destroyed, then their operation this time would have failed. Whong! Boom! At this moment, a deep sound rang out between heaven and earth, followed by a violent roar. Everyone looked over, and the faces of the Blue clan members turned ugly. Elder Blue's expression turned grave. He realized that the sound was coming from the blue smoke pot in his hand. At this moment, the mist smoke pot was shaking violently, and the radiance on the fan had dimmed. Clearly, the people inside were making a move. Damn it, how is this possible? Refine it for me. Elder Blue roared crazily as he unleashed countless laws. However, the blue smoke pot was becoming dimmer and dimmer. It looked like it could shatter at any moment. Damn it! Elder Blue didn't dare to be careless anymore. He quickly opened the blue smoke pot. A figure flew out from inside. It was Lin Xian. At this moment, his body was surrounded by demonic qi, so he was unharmed. Do you Think a mere saint artifact can do anything to me? Lin Xian stood in the sky with a mocking expression. Damn brat! Elder Blue had long lost his previous calmness. Lin Xian shook his head. Everything was over. Even if it's just a doppelganger, it's not something you can resist. A black seal condensed in Lin Xian's hand. Damn brat! How dare you look down on me? Fine. Then I'll let you die under my ultimate technique. Elder Blue put away the blue smoke pot. His palms kept forming seals, and the bloodline laws on his body erupted. Behind him, the phantom of a frost wolf formed. As soon as the frost wolf appeared, it roared towards the sky. It was as if an ancient divine beast had been resurrected. It let out a terrifying roar. The surrounding people's blood boiled. Brat, can you block this move? If you can't, then die. Elder Blue waved his hand, and the frost wolf behind him rushed out. A pair of sharp claws fell from the sky. This was a law divine beast condensed from his bloodline. Its strength was terrifying. It was even more terrifying than the blue smoke pot from before. Under this attack, the other party would definitely be torn to pieces. Looking at the phantom of the frost wolf that rushed over and the terrifying storm that filled the sky, Lin Xian shook his head. Is this your strongest attack? It's really disappointing. He waved his hand, and the black demon god seal fell down. Useless brat, you can't resist at all. Elder Blue sneered. However, his smile soon froze because he found that the phantom of his bloodline had stopped in midair. It was suppressed by a black seal. Damn it, what is that seal? Elder Blue was dumbfounded and couldn't believe it. Could it be a terrifying, sacred artifact? Damn it, this brat really has a trump card. Just as he was thinking, the demon god seal fell. The bloodline god wolf let out a blood-curdling scream as it was torn into pieces. Elder Blue also vomited blood and kept retreating. His face was incomparably pale. Even his bloodline ability was broken, and he was seriously injured. What made him even more frightened was that the black seal was directly above his head and would fall at any time. Damn it, how dare you! Let go of our elder. The people of the Blue clan in the distance roared crazily. Elder Blue also shouted angrily, Do you dare to kill me? The Blue clan is an ancient clan, and I'm just an elder. The Blue clan has countless experts, and if you kill me, you will be hunted down crazily. You have to think carefully. Are these your last words? Then go to hell. In the face of such a threat, Lin Xian wasn't moved. The demon god seal fell and blasted Elder Blue into a bloody mist. With a wave of his hand, a storage ring flew out. There were sacred artifacts such as the blue smoke pot in it, and Lin Xian put it away. Elder, the people of the Blue clan knelt on the ground. The middle-aged man's face was also filled with despair, and his body was trembling. In the distant sky, two figures streaked across. These two were extremely terrifying. The flames on their bodies were even more terrifying, and there were dragon shadows surrounding them. They were the two elders of the Fire Dragon clan. One of them said, The Dragon Prince has ascended to the peak of the sacred Abyss Tower. It won't be long before he's crowned. We have to hurry over to congratulate him. The other person shook his head and sighed. What a pity. Because of the Fire Dragon Lady, we stood on Lin Xian's side. I'm afraid we've already offended the Dragon Prince. This time, no matter what price they had to pay, they had to beg for the Dragon Prince's forgiveness. The two of them were worried about the future of the Fire Dragon clan. Suddenly, the two of them were stunned. There was a huge battle ahead, and it was an extremely terrifying battle between great saints. Who was it? The two of them were curious and went over to take a look. When they arrived, they realized that it was the Blue clan's manor. Who dared to attack the Blue clan? They knew that the Blue clan was now the favorite of the Dragon Palace. They were an existence that everyone looked up to and envied. But now, someone dared to attack them? They looked down, and in the next moment, they saw an elder vomiting blood and flying backward. That was Lan Ziyu's grandfather, right? Lan Ziu's status in the Dragon Palace was extraordinary. As the two of them talked, their pupils shrank. They realized that the elder below had been blasted into a bloody mist, and his soul had been destroyed. Chapter 5066. Who was the one who did it? The two elders of the Fire Dragon tribe were so scared that their scalps went numb. They looked carefully. In the next moment, they saw a demon-like figure appear from below. A young man. Who is he? It's him, Lin Xian Lin Wudi. He was the one who did it. Is this guy so powerful? It seemed that all the rumors about him were true. Just at this moment, the two elders' figures flashed as they left the place swiftly. That was because they discovered that the figure below was looking up at the sky. The two dodged and went up to the sky. One of them asked, "What should we do? Will he come after us?" Someone else said, "We just saw it by accident. Let's go back to the Fire Dragon tribe. Aren't we going to see the Dragon Prince? We'll talk about it when we get back." This guy doesn't seem to be afraid of the Dragon Prince at all. The Fire Dragon tribe originally wanted to join the Dragon Prince, but after seeing Lin Xian attack, they hesitated. The two elders left and returned to their families. Below, Lin Xian looked up at the sky and narrowed his eyes. Just now, he had sensed two obscure yet powerful auras flashing past. The power of fire and the aura of the Dragon tribe. Fire Dragon tribe? He retracted his gaze and ignored them. These two were probably just passing by. Lin Xian turned around and looked back. There were many blue tribe warriors kneeling on the ground. Lan Ziu's father, the middle-aged man, was also there. The middle-aged man felt Lin Xian's gaze and trembled in fear. He gritted his teeth and said, "We were wrong. We apologize to you, Lin Gongzi. Please give us a way out." I think Lin Gongzi doesn't want to be hunted down by the blue tribe either. Also, the blue tribe is now under the Dragon Prince. They lowered their heads and admitted their guilt. At the same time, they revealed their identities. As long as they were smart, they wouldn't continue to attack them. Once Lin Xian left, they would mobilize the power of their families and the Dragon tribe to fight back crazily. Lan Ziu's father swore that he would capture Lin Xian and make him suffer. The Dragon Prince. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Others are afraid of him, but I'm not. Hand over Lan Ziu. Lin Gongzi, I've said everything I wanted to say. Do you really want to fall out with the blue race? Who do you think you are to be my enemy? Lin Xian sneered and sent the middle-aged man flying with a slap. Half of the middle-aged man's face was shattered. He roared, "Damn it, I'll fight out with you." He wanted to make a move, but he was instantly suppressed. Lin Xian crushed his opponent's body with a single step. He snorted coldly and said, "You don't have the qualifications to fight me. Since you won't tell me where Lan Ziu is, I'll do it myself." The surrounding players also wanted to escape, but they were all beaten back by the Crimson Dragon and the others. He fell to the ground in despair. Lin Xian formed a seal with his palms as a terrifying light flickered in his eyes. A pair of heavenly gods' eyes appeared above the 9 heavens and looked down. The light of reincarnation. You will feel despair for the next 10,000 years. Lin Xian used his powerful eye technique. The people of the Blue Clan let out miserable cries as their souls were tortured endlessly. Lin Xian began to search the middle-aged man's soul again. Then his lips curled into a cold smile. "Not here, in the headquarters of the Blue Clan. But do you think you can escape?" Lin Xian didn't continue to search. He had the demon's summoning scripture, which contained countless Abhijna laws. One of them was specially used for revenge. The demon's summoning scripture was created by the demon emperor. Demons acted without scruples, so their methods were naturally strange. Yun Xian waved his hand and grabbed the middle-aged man's soul. The middle-aged man screamed crazily, "Damn it, what are you doing?" Lin Xian snorted coldly, "Use your soul to find your daughter's whereabouts." He formed a few demonic runes with his palm and imprinted them in the void. The middle-aged man's soul wanted to escape, but it was instantly frozen and then quickly burned. Lin Xian waved his hand again and formed a black rune to merge with the middle-aged man's soul. In the next moment, the demonic body on his body condensed into a demonic bow. The demonic bow was drawn, and with the soul rune it flew into the sky. The middle-aged man was Lan Ziyu's father. With his bloodline inheritance, he could instantly lock Lan Ziyu's position with his soul bloodline. As for the arrow just now, it carried an extremely strong killing aura. Lan Ziyu couldn't escape. The headquarters of the Blue Clan was also jubilant. They were preparing to attend the coronation ceremony of the Dragon Prince. At that time, they would be in the limelight. Inside a palace, Lan Ziyu sat there, surrounded by some young geniuses. These were all geniuses of the Blue Clan. At this moment, they were all surrounding Lan Ziyu, treating her as their leader. Lan Ziyu's current status wasn't ordinary, but her brows were tightly knitted. Although the Dragon Prince succeeded, Long Ao was crippled. Her status wouldn't be good in the future. Damn it, it's all that Lin Wudi's fault. Thinking of this, she gritted her teeth. She would definitely find a chance to kill him. Suddenly, she looked up. She felt uneasy, as if something was about to happen. She stood up. The surrounding geniuses of the Blue Clan said, "Sister Ziyu, if there's anything, I'll help you." "Yes, tell us if there's anything." The geniuses smiled, their faces full of flattery. Lan Ziyu didn't say anything. She stared at the sky. The next moment, she saw a black descending quickly. The surrounding geniuses also felt it and looked up. What was that? A demon beast? But soon, the black dot arrived in front of them. At the same time, it carried an extremely strong murderous aura. The geniuses were instantly sent flying, their bodies shattered. Oh no, it's an attack. Lan Ziyu's pupils shrank. Her scalp went numb, and she immediately retreated. With her current strength, she was a top expert in the Dragon Palace. So, she was much stronger than the surrounding geniuses. But no matter how strong she was, could she be stronger than Lin Xian? This was a Thearchus theurgy. She couldn't dodge it at all. Just as she moved, the arrow pierced through her forehead, piercing her soul. A soul fire directly enveloped her. The next moment, her eyes widened and she fell to the ground. She couldn't accept it. She didn't even know who killed her. Oh no! Ziyu's soul jade tablet shattered. Someone exclaimed. The members of the blue race were stunned. How could it be? Ziyu was in our headquarters. Who could come here to kill her? What a joke! However, some people frowned. Let's go and take a look. They walked towards Lan Ziyu's residence. When they opened the palace door, they were dumbfounded. The surrounding geniuses' bodies were shattered, and they fell into a sea of blood. Lan Ziyu's forehead was pierced by a black arrow. The aura of his soul had already disappeared. The Blue Clan elders instantly checked. The next moment, their faces turned pale. Dead. He was killed in one move. Chapter 5067. The leader of the Blue Clan was also alarmed. After she rushed over, she saw this scene and her face turned pale. He roared like a mad lion. Damn it, what's going on? Who did it? The surrounding people were so scared that they lowered their heads and didn't dare to speak. They were all so terrified. They were from the far ancient clan, a clan of the ancients. They were powerful, but none of them noticed that an enemy had sneaked in. This was too terrifying. Was the enemy a top saint killer? They thought of several organizations. Hell, the mortal world? Or the heavenly court? A powerful elder furrowed his brows. No, it shouldn't be a saint killer. Look, that arrow obviously fell from the sky. Someone killed Ziyu thousands of miles away. Hearing this, the others were even more terrified. Who had such a heaven-defying method? After all, Lan Ziyu himself was a top genius. His strength was even more terrifying than some supreme saints. The leader of the Blue Clan shouted angrily, "Investigate this thoroughly. Find out who did it." He was about to go crazy with anger. Lan Ziyu was very important. Now that he was dead, how was she going to explain it to the Dragon Clan? More importantly, the arrow in front of him carried a monstrous demonic aura, which reminded him of someone. Previously, the legend of Lin Xian's return mentioned that Lin Xian's demonic aura was monstrous, like a demon god. Now the arrow also had the same aura. Could it be that Lin Wuti did it? Damn it, he dared to do such a thing on the eve of the Dragon Prince's coronation? He was too arrogant. The Blue Clan went out to investigate. News of what had happened here had spread. Lan Ziyu's identity was not ordinary. He was Long Ao's cultivation partner. He had a very high status in the Dragon Palace. He was also a genius in the Tao, a top genius of a clan of the ancients. Such an identity attracted the attention of countless people. So Lan Ziyu's disappearance was investigated by countless people. Soon, they found that Lan Ziyu was dead and died in a very strange way. There were only arrows. Who could it be if not the enemy? The news spread so widely that the entire ancient city knew. Have you heard? Lan Ziyu is dead. I know. It's said that he was killed by a sword from thousands of miles away. Who is this? His methods were too heaven-defying. This was not only a slap to the blue race's face, but also a challenge to the Dragon Palace. Who else could it be? It was said that the arrow was filled with demonic aura. It was probably Lin Wuti's doing. Voices rang out one after another. Everyone felt that Lin Wuti was the culprit. Even the people of the blue race thought so. However, they didn't dare to make a move. As long as Lin Wuti hid in the Tao sect, there was nothing they could do. With the talent that Lin Wuti had shown, no one in the Tao would be allowed to touch him. More importantly, it had been less than half a month since the Dragon Prince had been crowned. Before such a flourishing age, nothing could be allowed to happen. Now they could only hope that the Dragon Prince would personally kill the other party when he was crowned king. The other clans and sects were terrified. They quickly warned their disciples not to provoke Lin Wuti. Right now, Lin Xian was a demon king. The legend of Lin Xian once again spread through the ancient city. When this name was mentioned, everyone's faces paled and their eyes were filled with reverence. When the people of the Divine Union heard the news, they roared with laughter. Ha 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 ha! This was great! This Lan Ziyu, who had been suppressing them previously, was now dead. Boss Lin was mighty. Let's see if the blue race still dared to be arrogant. The Divine Union was delighted. On the other hand, the people of the Dragon Palace were gritting their teeth in anger. The other party was slapping them in the face. However, they still didn't make a move. This was because the 1,000 Dragon Court had sent news that they were to prepare for the king-conferring ceremony. The people outside were still waiting for the Dragon Palace to retaliate. However, after a few days, there was still no news from the Dragon Palace. This made everyone even more shocked. It seemed like even the Dragon Palace couldn't do anything to Lin Wuti. When the Dragon Prince heard this, he snorted. The geniuses of the blue race were no different from ants in his eyes. If they were killed, so be it. As for Lin Wuti, he would deal with him personally. It wouldn't take long, just a few more days. On the 96th level of the Sacred Source Tower, Lin Xian's main body stood there with a solemn expression. When he had returned to the Holy Abyss ancient city, his main body had immediately come here to break through. Now he had fought his way to the 96th level. Needless to say, it was extremely difficult to reach the 90th level and above. It was no wonder that even someone as strong as the Dragon Prince had to spend a long time to reach the peak. Although it was difficult, Lin Xian wasn't afraid. With his current strength and the ancient superpowers that he had mastered, it was enough for him to reach the peak. However, there was one thing that he had to do. He had to rush before the coronation. Only then would he be able to fight the Dragon Prince during the coronation. There were still 3 more levels. Lin Xian took a deep breath. The last 3 levels were even more terrifying than the previous ones. Thinking about it, it shouldn't be much faster. Lin Xian felt his own aura. He didn't make a move immediately. Instead, he sat down with his legs crossed. It was time to break through. Lin Xian entered the sword world. On this day, The sword world was filled with lightning. Even the Hellfire Dragon was shocked. Did this guy break through? Or did he break through here? Oh heavens, his lightning tribulation was too terrifying. The Hellfire Dragon was shocked. This lightning calamity was almost the same as the young great emperor. There were even human-shaped lightning bolts in the void for Lin Xian to attack. After a huge battle, Lin Xian was covered in wounds. However, he still succeeded in passing the calamity. His aura exploded again. He had reached the peak of the Saint King realm. One more step and he would be a great saint. After breaking through, Lin Xian's strength became even stronger than before. He had a higher chance of winning against the Dragon Prince. Lin Xian came to the bottom of the sky, reaching Ancient Tree. He sat cross-legged on the spring of life. The strong vitality restored his body. Soon he was back to his peak. Then he left the sword world and continued to challenge the next 3 levels. Finally, the Holy Abyss ancient city became more and more lively. Countless families and sects gathered from all over the world. They all had one goal, which was to participate in the king-conferring ceremony. The coronation of the Dragon Prince and the crowning of a crowned king attracted attention from all sides. The Tao sect was also unusually solemn at this moment. There were still 2 days before the most important moment. On the Divine Union's side, the Crimson Dragon was also paying close attention. More and more people had arrived. Even the experts from the Taiching ancient city had come. Baisusu looked into the distance. There was a pagoda that stood tall in the 9 heavens. She sighed. How was that guy's progress? Would he be able to come out at the last moment? This was a moment of life and death for the Divine Union. Baisusu's father was a core elder. He had already sent news that the Divine Union was in danger. Between the Dragon Prince and Lin Xian, the Tao sect could only choose one. Chapter 5068. The day had finally arrived. It was time for the Dragon Prince's coronation. The sky had just brightened when the entire True Path sect was bustling with noise and excitement. Countless people rushed over. The True Path sect's elders and geniuses went out to welcome the guests. Congratulatory voices could be heard one after another. Everyone was looking forward to it. These people were familiar with the coronation ceremony because they had seen it once before. It was the coronation of Kuan Pengzi. Currently, the time between the two wasn't that long. It was only about 20 years. Kuan Pengzi naturally came too. He stood with his hands behind his back. Around him were the elders and experts of the True Path sect. At this moment, he looked up and narrowed his eyes. The other people discussed spiritedly. Do you think these 2 imperial princes will come to fight? It was hard to say. If they were going to fight, it would probably be after today. After all, the Dragon Prince was going to be crowned king today. Discussions broke out one after another. Soon, people from Dragon Palace also arrived. They raised their heads proudly. After arriving, they received countless tributes. Among them, most of them were the families and sects that relied on them. The people from the Thousand Dragon Court arrived. The core elders of the True Path sect also appeared. Even the divine generals of the Sacred Abyss Tower arrived. They would be hosting the coronation ceremony together. The Dragon Prince also came. He was like a dragon god, looking down on everyone. His arrival caused countless people to exclaim. Some young geniuses were envious. Leaf, Dowdenier, and Ancient Wind were both feeling the pressure. The other party's bloodline talent was stronger than theirs. Now that he was crowned king earlier, they would be under a lot of pressure if they wanted to catch up with him in the future. Kuan Pengzi's eyes shone brightly. The Dragon Prince also turned his head and stared at the other party. The corners of his mouth curled up. Don't worry. You and I will fight after today. When the time comes, we will decide who is better. As you wish. Kuan Pengzi's voice was sonorous. Next, the Dragon Prince accepted the coronation ceremony. A crown appeared in divine General Sheng Yuan's hand. Everyone was looking forward to it. As long as the crown was placed on the Dragon Prince's head, he would be crowned king in the future. In the crowd, the people from the Divine Union gritted their teeth when they saw this. Damn it! The Crimson Dragon and the others were also anxious. Was that kid not here yet? The people from the Dragon Palace sneered. From now on, the Dragon Prince would be revered. Lin Wudy was dead. Where is he? Today he was going to kill him. A series of cold harumphs could be heard. The Dragon Prince put on the crown and became the Crown King. He stood in front and looked around. He accepted the worship and congratulations of the people around him. The surrounding clan of the ancients and the great sects all looked envious. A son should be like a Dragon Prince. If such a person could appear in their family, then they would have no worries for the next 10,000 years. The Dragon King, who was wearing a crown, shouted coldly, "Where was Lin Xian? Didn't he always want to challenge my Dragon Palace? Come out and fight." His words caused an uproar. Heavens, the other party was really going to attack Lin Xian. Exclamations could be heard one after another. The members of the Divine Union had ugly expressions on their faces. The people of Dragon Palace sneered. Wasn't he arrogant before? Aren't you looking down on Dragon Palace? Why don't you dare to come out now? Coward! Trash! Ants. How dare someone like him claim to be invincible? Someone else harumphed. Lin Xian wasn't coming out, but the people of the Divine Union seemed to be here. Attacking them was the same. Countless eyes stared at the Crimson Dragon and the others. The surrounding people dispersed, and an empty space appeared. The Crimson Dragon, by Susu and the other members of the Divine Union, had ugly expressions on their faces. Damn it, the other party was indeed attacking them. In front, a core elder looked over and said coldly, "Susu, come over. You'd better not have anything to do with the Divine Union." By Susu was the daughter of an elder, so she naturally had to be taken away. By Susu's face turned ugly when she heard this. This meant that the True Path sect had given up on Lin Xian and chosen the Dragon Prince. By Susu's father, Elder Bai, stepped forward and said, "It's not good to start a fight at such a grand event. I don't think the Dragon Tribe will start a fight. Elder Bai, you'd better stay out of this." The powerhouse of the 10,000 Dragon Court said coldly. The Dragon Prince sneered. "Do you have the right to interfere in Ben Huang's matters?" Elder Bai's face turned cold too. However, he didn't say anything else. He was only a core elder and couldn't go against the entire Dragon Tribe. "All right, people of the Divine Union, kneel down and accept your death. We'll let the world know the consequences of challenging the Dragon Prince." The powerhouses of the Dragon Tribe stood up and towered above the 9 heavens. Around them, the Blue Tribe and the other aristocratic families sneered and stepped forward. The other sects and families looked on coldly. Who would dare to stop the Dragon Prince? It could only be said that the people of the Divine Union didn't know their limits. The geniuses of the Divine Union also came from their own families and sections. Many of them stepped forward. For example, the Nalan family, the Duga family, and even the Fire Dragon family stepped forward. Why? Do you want to be exterminated? In that case, I'll fulfill your wishes. Long, Huangzi stepped forward, and the people around him felt their scalps go numb. At this moment, Elder Bai stepped forward. When the people in the Soul Realm appeared, they also formed a force. Many people were surprised. They hadn't expected that so many people would still stand by Lin Xian's side under such circumstances. This was unbelievable. So what? The leader of the Blue Tribe snorted. "You guys are just a mantis trying to stop a chariot." Apart from the 10,000 Dragon Court, the number of remote antiquity families and sects on their side far exceeded that of the Divine Union. If they really fought, the people of the Divine Union would be annihilated in an instant. Really? What if we were included? Another shout was heard. Then the Pill Cauldron sect from the Taiching ancient city walked over and stood on the side of the Divine Union. Wushuang City was also here. Fu Hongye, Lu Yuan, and the others had led the people of Wushuang City over from afar. Although Wushuang City had just been established and couldn't be compared to the remote antiquity families, they weren't afraid. However, they weren't afraid. They also stood up. The Eternal Life Hall and the Fire God Palace had also stepped forward. Many people were even more shocked by the arrival of two other top-notch sections. This time, the strength of the Divine Union was even stronger than before. Everyone was observing the situation. The people of the Sky Sect squinted their eyes. Had Lin Xian not appeared yet? Kuan Pingzi asked. The people of the Sky Sect shook their heads. They didn't know where his real body was. Perhaps he was really a coward. On the other side, Yi Wudao and the elders of the Yi family were also standing there. Yi Wudao had said that they would take action if necessary. On the other side, the people of the Purple Mansion, Wind Tribe, and Golden Crow tribe sneered. It seemed like they didn't need to do anything. Lin Xian and the others would be annihilated. The Crimson Dragon also roared. So what if it was the 10,000 Dragon Court? Could they represent the Dragon Tribe? He let out a terrifying dragon roar. The sea in the distance surged and countless dragon shadows appeared. Chapter 5069. Another member of the dragon race? Countless people were shocked when they saw this. The people of the Dragon Palace frowned. An elder of the 1,000 Dragons Court snorted. The dragon race of the Black Sea? So you're from the dragon race of the Black Sea? The people around them were enlightened. The dragon race was divided into many groups, such as the 1,000 Dragons Court. Other than that, there were the Fire Dragon race and the Flying Dragon race. Long Ao was from the Dragon Sea. Other than that, there were other powerful members of the dragon race of the Black Sea. They didn't expect the Crimson Dragon beside Lin Xian to be from the dragon race of the Black Sea. The elites of the dragon race of the Black Sea came nearby. They had powerful auras of the dragon race. They shouted angrily, 1,000 Dragons Court, if you want to fight, we'll fight you to the end. You want to fight me? The Dragon Prince snorted. It seemed that the dragon race of the Black Sea didn't need to exist anymore. His voice was filled with terrifying killing intent. Everyone's pupils constricted. The dragon race of the Black Sea snorted. You can say that when you become a true emperor. You're not qualified now. Is that so? Long Huangzi took a step forward. His power exploded and swept across the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Everyone felt their bodies shake as if they were about to split open. It was too terrifying. They couldn't imagine what level the Dragon Prince had reached. Following the Dragon Prince's actions, the 1,000 Dragons Court, the Dragon Sea race, and the Blue race. The dragon race of the Blue race, and the surrounding sects all walked up. They emitted terrifying killing intent. A battle was about to break out. The dark red divine dragon and the others had solemn expressions. Although they had also brought along many powerful clans, although they had many powerful families, if they really fought, they would be at a disadvantage. At this critical moment, the void shattered. An iron rod appeared in the air and slashed toward the Dragon Prince. With a boom, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Endless cracks appeared in the void. The dragon race experts around the Dragon Prince spat out blood and flew backward. A few of them instantly turned into a bloody mist. Everyone was dumbfounded. Who dared to attack the Dragon Prince? The Dragon Prince was furious. Did they want to die? He roared angrily and punched out. With a boom, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. In the next moment, the Dragon Prince's heart sank. He could feel that the attack was extremely powerful and contained a vast amount of energy. It made his fists feel numb. He faced the sky and roared. 10,000 dragon phantoms appeared on his body, shattering heaven and earth. Only then did he manage to block the attack. The surrounding people all retreated frantically. They were shocked. Who was it? Why was the Dragon Prince so angry? Could it be that he was an extremely terrifying veteran expert? In their opinion, there was no one in the younger generation who could compete with the Dragon Prince, unless it was an expert from the older generation. The people from the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty roared furiously. No matter which family he was from, he was going to die. You and your family and sect. Don't even think about living. How arrogant. You actually dare to threaten me? Eat old Sun's rod. A cold shout was heard, and the iron rod swept out again. The Dragon Clan's elder was sent flying. That elder spat out blood and screamed miserably. He did everything he could to resist, but half of his body was still shattered, turning into a bloody mist. So powerful. Even the elders of the Dragon Clan were no match for him? Who are you? Even the elders of the Taoist sect stepped forward. They stood in the void. The divine generals of the Sacred Abyss Tower were also facing a great enemy. Now that the Dragon Prince was crowned, he was under their protection. In the void, a figure appeared. Everyone looked carefully. It was a monkey. Everyone was stunned. A monkey holding an iron rod, with auspicious clouds dancing under his feet, stood between heaven and earth. What was even more shocking was that the vitality in his body was very strong. It seemed that he wasn't an elder at all. He was a young expert. Was he another top young genius? Everyone felt that they were going crazy. There was someone in the younger generation who could compete with the Dragon Prince. What was going on? Everyone was dumbfounded. Kuan Pingzi's eyes burst out with a terrifying black and white light. The Dragon Prince couldn't believe it. His face was pale. In the next moment, he walked out and said loudly, "Tell me your background, or don't blame me for being impolite." Sun Qitian laughed. "Impolite? You? To be honest, old Sun, don't take you seriously. Show me all you have." If Lin Xian was here, he would definitely recognize that this was Sun Qitian, whom he had rescued from the underworld. The Dragon Prince's face was cold. Someone dared to challenge him at the moment of his coronation. He couldn't stand it. What made him even angrier was that the other party attacked before he even made a move. An iron rod swept out in all directions and attacked. The Dragon Prince was furious. Dragon, Tao Divine Fist. With a punch, all kinds of divine dragon phantoms appeared and blocked the terrifying iron rod. The collision between the two was earth-shattering. Then a great battle broke out. They charged towards the clouds. The void above the 9 heavens shattered. All kinds of laws gathered, and the sky was torn into nothingness. It was too terrifying. They were evenly matched. This monkey could really compete with the Dragon Prince. Countless terrified voices sounded. The people of the Dragon Palace couldn't believe it. Kuan Pingzi's face was cold. The people beside him asked, "What's going on?" Kuan Pingzi gritted his teeth and said, "Can't you feel it?" He has a powerful bloodline in his body that seems to be able to cut through heaven and earth. I guess it's very likely that he's also a Dharch. Or maybe he obtained the inheritance of a Dharch and cultivated it since he was young. Kuan Pingzi could only think of 2 kinds of people who had such a bloodline. However, no matter which one it was, they were both peerless enemies. One of them was the son of a Dharch, and the other was the disciple of a Dharch. They couldn't be underestimated. The people on the Divine Union's side were also stunned. Originally, they had been facing a formidable enemy. They had been facing the Dragon Prince's anger. However, they hadn't expected this to happen. A monkey with amazing strength fought with the Dragon Prince directly. They all heaved a sigh of relief. Baisusu also said, "That's great. We've finally won some time." However, Hanya had a strange expression. He glanced at his father, Han Shengjun. He asked, "Father, is that him?" Han Shengjun took a deep breath and nodded. "It shouldn't be wrong. It's him. I didn't expect him to come here. Was it a coincidence?" The toad exclaimed, "No way. You know him? Do you know his origin?" The other people of the Divine Union also looked over. Han Shengjun said, "I've never heard of this monkey. I know his origin, but do you know him?" "We don't know him. It's Lin Gongzi who knows him." "What? Lin Xian knows this monkey?" Baisusu and the others were even more stunned. Han Shengjun said a few simple words, and everyone understood. It turned out that this monkey had been suppressed in the 18 levels of hell and had been saved by Lin Xian. They had even become brothers. That's great. The Crimson Dragon and the others laughed. With such an expert here, they would be able to contend with the Dragon Prince. Let's see if the people of the Dragon Palace still dared to be arrogant. Chapter 5070. Hey, Brother Monkey, we're Lin Wudi's brothers and friends. The Crimson Dragon shouted from below. The Toad shouted too. Brother Monkey, the guy you're fighting is our enemy. He wants to kill Lin Wudi. You have to avenge us. The surrounding people were stunned when they heard this. These two guys are too naive. Do they think they can get close to Lin Wudi by calling him Brother Monkey? Are you kidding me? The people from Dragon Palace sneered. They felt that the Crimson Dragon and the Toad were too stupid. But at this moment, a voice came from the 9 heavens. Really? You guys know my brother Lin Wudi? Then we're brothers too. Sun Qitian looked at the Dragon Prince in front of him, and his face darkened. How dare you lay your hands on my brother? Take my rod. Boom! This blow shattered the heavens and earth, and the ground below was shaking nonstop. If this wasn't Primeval City, this blow would have turned the city into ashes. The Dragon Prince was pushed back and his face changed. He roared and used the Dragon Traversal 9 transformation technique to attack. F***CK. What's going on? This monkey really knows Lin Wudi. And they're brothers. The surrounding people were dumbfounded. The people from Dragon Palace were so angry that they vomited blood. It can't be so coincidental, right? Lin Wudi? Damn it. Damn it. Had the people from the Divine Union specially invited him over? Kunpingzi and the rest were shocked too. How many tricks does Lin Wudi have up his sleeves? Another shocking blow came from the sky. The Dragon Prince's face turned ugly. Monkey, you've pissed me off. A long spear appeared in his hand. It was a dragon spear. It was extremely terrifying and was held by him. Thousands of dragons were roaring, and the Dragon Prince's bloodline was exploding. It seemed like a shocking battle was about to happen. Everyone looked up at the sky and they were excited. Sun Qitian snorted, and his iron rod shook the sky. He sneered. Do you think I'm afraid of you? His iron rod was rusty, but mysterious runes appeared one after another, bursting out with dazzling light. A great battle was about to break out. But at this moment, a bell rang from afar, sweeping in all directions. The entire St. Origin ancient city heard it. What happened? Everyone looked into the distance with shock on their faces. Sun Qitian and the Dragon Prince also stopped. The surrounding experts who were watching the coronation also took a deep breath. The divine general of the sacred Abyss Tower exclaimed. It was the sound of the sacred Origin Tower's bell. Someone had reached the peak. What? Countless people were shocked. They were not unfamiliar with this voice. Previously, when the Dragon Prince had reached the peak of the sacred Abyss Tower, he had made such a sound. Now it was being spread out again. Heavens, who was it? In such a short time, other than the Dragon Prince, someone else had reached the peak. Who exactly was it? The faces of the people of Dragon Palace darkened. The elders of the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty gritted their teeth. Damn, what was going on? Today was the day of their prince's coronation, and they had thought that they would be able to shake the world. However, this was completely out of their expectations. First, a monkey jumped out and fought with their prince to a standstill. Now, there was news that someone had reached the top of the sacred Abyss Tower. This completely attracted everyone's attention, and no one paid any more attention to their Dragon Prince. Damn it! Someone was ruining their good fortune. No matter who it was, they would never let this person go. Sacred Abyss Tower. At this moment, the people inside were shocked. This was the sound of someone reaching the peak. Someone had reached the peak. Who was it? Countless people went to the main hall on the first floor to look for the ranking. The divine generals were also alarmed. One by one, they soared into the air and began to search. At this moment, in the main hall, Everyone was looking at the sacred origin ranking that was shining with golden light. They were searching. Kuin Panzi and the Dragon Prince had reached the peak one after another. After them, a new name appeared. It was Mad God. It was him. It was Mad God. Heavens, wasn't he in the top 1,000 a dozen years ago? He could reach the peak in a dozen years. This was too heaven-defying. What kind of person is this Mad God? I'm guessing that he's an emperor, a peerless expert. Where was Mad God? Exclamations were heard one after another. At the same time, the news quickly spread in all directions. The divine generals also heard the news, and they were all dumbfounded. It was Mad God, Divine General Yungu, and the others were shocked. Divine General Haiyuan also took a deep breath. They were not unfamiliar with this person. They had worked together before. However, in the past dozen years, he had disappeared and never appeared again. They did not expect him to reach the peak as soon as he appeared. It was too unbelievable. Find him. This time they had to find him. These divine generals moved out one after another. They would not let the other party escape. They had to see who the other party was. Divine General Haiyuan and the others moved quickly. As for Lin Xian, at this moment he felt a magical aura. It pierced through heaven and earth. He was baptized. This aura made his life level rise again. Although Lin Xian wasn't an emperor's son, his bloodline and physique were truly extraordinary. He had far surpassed a great sage. Endless resources fell from the sky. This was his reward for reaching the peak. Lin Xian opened the sword world and took it all in. This was enough for him to create another Four-Spirit Valley. This reward was too generous. Lin Xian was overjoyed. At the same time, he proved that he was not weaker than the emperor. Whatever the crown prince could do, he could do as well. He was crowned king. Lin Xian's eyes burst out with an extremely terrifying light. At this moment, the void fluctuated, and a few figures quickly rushed over. Lin Xian looked over and was stunned. The people who rushed over were also stunned. They were none other than the divine generals of the sacred Abyss Tower. These people wanted to investigate Mad God's true identity, but they were stunned when they arrived. "It's you, Lin Xian." They were dumbfounded. They also knew this person. Why was he here? For a moment, their minds were blank. Soon they reacted. Could it be that he was Mad God? They were really shocked. They had thought that there were many possibilities for Mad God. He could even be a peerless genius of other monarch races. However, they had never thought that Mad God was Lin Xian. This was too shocking. In an instant, they understood a lot. No wonder Mad God had helped Lin Xian many times before. It turned out that the two of them were the same person. Seniors, long time no see. Lin Xian cupped his fists and smiled. "Lin Gongzi, you're really good. You've been hiding it from us for a long time." Divine General Haiyuan also smiled and went up to greet him. At the same time, the news here spread. In the Tao sect where the coronation was held, countless people were waiting anxiously. They had already sent people to investigate which expert had reached the peak of the sacred Abyss Tower. At this moment, news came back. Reporting to the Patriarch, "We've found out." Several figures knelt on one knee on the ground, their faces filled with excitement. Chapter 5071. "Who is it?" those experts quickly asked. They were very curious. The others also pricked up their ears. They had already guessed a few people. These people were all ranked in the top 5 on the Holy Gulf leaderboard. Only a few of them could succeed. The guard in front said, "It was Mad God. Mad God had reached the peak." "What? Mad God?" The surrounding people were all stunned when they heard this. They were not unfamiliar with this name because this was an expert who suddenly rose to power more than 10 years ago. In just a few moves, he had reached the 1,000th place on the Holy Gulf leaderboard, which shocked countless people. Later on, he even challenged everyone. Especially when he was in the heavenly court ruins, he became famous and caused countless exclamations. However, No matter how strong he was still far from reaching the peak. No one would think that Mad God could reach the peak. But now, these guards were telling him that the one who reached the peak was Mad God. This was too unbelievable. Are you sure? The old men roared crazily. The guard said, yes, the Holy Gulf leaderboard had shown Mad God's name, which was on par with Kunping-Z and Dragon Prince. It was really Mad God. Countless people were shocked. Others had different expressions after hearing this. The faces of the Blue Clan and the people of the Dragon Palace turned ashen. The faces of the people of the Dragon Palace turned cold. Especially Dragon Prince, whose eyes were filled with extremely cold, killing intent. What was Mad God trying to do? Why didn't he break through earlier or later? Why did he have to break through when he was crowned? Was he challenging him? More importantly, Mad God was on Lin Xian's side. In other words, another powerful enemy had appeared. Damn it. Is there something wrong with the Holy Gulf Tower? How could that trash reach the peak? Dragon Prince did not believe it. Kunping-Z also frowned. He did not expect Lin Xian to be able to compete with Dragon Prince. Now, there was Mad God who had reached the peak. Was he going to be crowned as well? This change was really too fast. The other geniuses felt a huge amount of pressure. They realized that there was a watershed now. These princes had reached the peak and were crowned as kings. There were a few top princes who could compete with them, but there were very few of them. No matter how strong the others were, he could only look up at these people. Perhaps the gap between the two of them would never be able to be crossed in this lifetime. The people from the Divine Union laughed heartily when they heard this. That was great. The Mad God was on their side. We are saved here. This was what the ordinary members of the Divine Union thought. However, the Crimson Dragon and the Toad were even happier. They knew that Mad God was Lin Xian. Previously, Lin Xian's main body had gone to attack the Sacred Abyss Tower, and now he had finally achieved results. Quickly go and investigate. What kind of snobbish person was Mad God? The people from the surrounding clans and sects sent people out again. However, at this moment, a few figures flew over from afar. Their speed was very fast. In the blink of an eye, they were already in the sky. Everyone looked up and cried out in surprise. It's him. They discovered that the newcomers were divine generals from the sacred Abyss Tower. In addition, standing at the front was a young man that everyone was very familiar with. Lin Xian. Was he going to challenge the Dragon Prince this time? What kind of joke was this? If he had hidden, he might have been able to live for a few more years. If he came out now, he would definitely be slapped to death. Damn brat, how dare you come here? The people from the Dragon Palace immediately jumped out. The people from the Blue Clan were even more furious. Kneel down and accept your death. Lin Xian's gaze turned into a divine sword and pierced through these people. These people were instantly nailed to death in the void. The others felt their scalps go numb. They did not expect Lin Xian to be so bold as to kill other experts here. You're courting death. How dare you attack? Angry shouts could be heard. Lin Xian sneered. I've said it before. Ants have no right to jump in front of me. Otherwise you'll die. Whoever is not convinced can come here. I'll bestow death upon them. Lin Xian's gaze swept across the surroundings. Everyone felt their scalps go numb as they felt a biting cold. He was too strong. Had Lin Wudy become so strong? Just his gaze alone was enough to make them unable to resist. Brat, you really dared to come. The Dragon Prince laughed. At first, I thought that I wouldn't be able to find you if you hid. I didn't expect you to be such an idiot. Since you're here, leave your last words. Today I'm going to kill you. I want everyone to know the consequences of going against me. The Dragon Prince was bursting with terrifying, murderous intent. Killing Lin Xian here was something he had decided to do long ago. A few elders of the True Path sect walked out and said coldly, Lin Xian, apologize to the Dragon Prince. Then we'll spare your life. Yeah, you're too much. Apologize to the Dragon Prince now. Today is the Dragon Prince's coronation. If you dare to cause trouble, don't blame me for suppressing you personally." A cold voice could be heard, causing everyone's face to change. Bai Susu and the others looked solemn. Damn it. Has the Dao sect completely sided with the Dragon Prince? Lin Xian furrowed his brows as well. He turned his head around and realized that the few elders in the group were extremely powerful. They were even more terrifying than Elder Bai. Could it be that they were even more terrifying? Core elders? He knew that with his relationship with the Dragon Prince, the Dao sect could only support one of them. But he didn't care, because he hadn't shown his true strength yet. He wanted to see if all the elders of the True Path sect would support the Dragon Prince when he was crowned as a king. With that thought in mind, Lin Xian burst into laughter. Was he even worthy of apologizing? Hearing this, everyone's face changed. If the Dragon Prince didn't deserve it, then no one else in the world deserved it. The elders of the Dao sect looked cold. Lin Xian, don't you dare refuse a toast, only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Now is not the time for you to behave atrociously. One of the divine generals walked out and said in a deep voice, "Leave quickly. The king-naming ceremony wasn't over yet." The elders of the Thousand Dragon Dynasty walked out and wanted to attack. At this moment, Lin Xian snorted coldly. "You want to attack me? Can you bear the consequences? Let me tell you, I'm not here to behave atrociously. I have something to do." "What can you do? Are you here to watch the king-naming ceremony?" "I'm sorry, the dragon race doesn't welcome you." "Scram!" The people of the Thousand Dragon Dynasty shouted coldly. At this moment, an iron rod smashed over and tore through the 9 heavens. The people of the Thousand Dragon Dynasty felt their blood boil. Sun Qitian said coldly, "If you dare to say another word, I'll destroy your soul." "Damn monkey." The expert of the Thousand Dragon Dynasty gritted his teeth. Sun Qitian waved the iron rod and smashed him into pieces. A tragic cry spread out, and everyone's scalps went numb. Sun Qitian snorted coldly. "I already warned you, and you still dared to speak. I'll send you to hell." Everyone was shocked. This monkey was too strong. Lin Xian smiled. "Brother Monkey, you're here too. Don't worry, Brother Lin. With me here, who dares to bully you?" Chapter 5072. The Dragon Prince stood there with a cold expression. There was no need for him to do anything. Someone would take care of these people. As expected, the elders of the Path sect walked out. The divine generals of the Sacred Abyss Tower also walked out. They were all fully supportive of the Dragon Prince. They would never allow anyone to challenge the king-conferring ceremony. With so many elders coming out, the others felt their scalps go numb. Even if these two were imperial princes, they could only run away in the face of such terrifying experts. This was too much. Sun Qitian was furious. His body emitted a terrifying light. Lin Xian said, "Don't worry, Brother Monkey. Let me do it." He walked forward. The surrounding people were stunned. Even the monkey couldn't do anything to them, but Lin Xian could do it? What a joke! The surrounding people were all experts of the older generation. They were so strong that they could crush the other party with a finger. The people of the Thousand Dragon Dynasty sneered. They wanted to see what tricks the other party could play. Lin Xian looked at the Dragon Prince and sneered. "I'll participate in your king-conferring ceremony? You're thinking too much. What's so good about your king-conferring ceremony? I'm not interested. I'm here because I want to be crowned king-conferring ceremony." "What?" The people around him were all stunned. Their brains couldn't even react. Lin Xian's words were too shocking. He wasn't interested in the Dragon Prince's king-conferring ceremony. He wanted to be crowned king-conferring ceremony. Heavens, what kind of joke was this? Was being crowned king-conferring ceremony something that could be conferred as one wished? It wasn't a title that was given casually. One had to reach the peak of the Sacred Abyss Tower to be qualified. Otherwise, who would dare to be crowned king-conferring ceremony? They would be smashed into a bloody mist by the divine general. Now, Lin Xian was saying such arrogant words in front of the divine general? The divine general in the square ahead was also enraged. His eyes were like divine swords that pierced through heaven and earth as he stared at Lin Xian. Are you challenging the dignity of the sacred Abyss Tower? Hurry up and kneel down and kowtow. Otherwise, even if you're a disciple of the path, I can destroy your soul. It's over. This brat is dead. Everyone shook their heads. Who could save him when the divine general was angry? Even this monkey couldn't do it. The people of Dragon Palace sneered. What an idiot. The people from the Blue Clan and Zi Fu heaved a sigh of relief. Great, they could finally watch this guy die. Let's see who dares to touch him. However, at this moment, a loud and clear voice rang out between heaven and earth. Immediately after, two figures that resembled war gods appeared around Lin Xian. Everyone was dumbfounded because they were also two divine generals. What's going on? Why would these two immortal generals help Lin Xian? Everyone was confused. The people of Dragon Palace frowned. He was the immortal general of the Dragon Prince. Divine General Firecloud said with a cold expression, "What is the meaning of this? Do you want to break the rules of the sacred Abyss Tower as well? Or did this kid give you some benefits?" Questioning voices sounded. The atmosphere between heaven and earth froze. Divine General Ocean Abyss said coldly, "We didn't break the rules. We came here to witness Lin Xian's coronation. Him being crowned king? What kind of joke was this? Was he qualified?" The Dragon Prince sneered. The people around him also laughed. Divine General Yungu said that he was indeed qualified. As soon as he said that, the laughter between heaven and earth stopped. He was qualified. What a joke! They didn't understand. However, at this moment, the pupils of a few experts suddenly shrank. An elder of the earth sect exclaimed. Someone had just reached the peak of the sacred Abyss Tower. Could it be you? As soon as he said that, the others were in an uproar. No way! Wasn't it said that the one who reached the peak of the sacred Abyss Tower was Mad God? Why was it Lin Xian again? That's right, it definitely couldn't be him. How could he be Mad God? However, there were also people who said that it wasn't right. One could not use their real names in the sacred Abyss Tower. Dragon Prince, Kuimping Zi, those were all titles. Mad God could also be a title. Besides, no one knew Mad God's true identity. Perhaps it really was that kid. As soon as he said that, countless people were in an uproar. They all looked up at the sky. Was it really him? Were you Mad God? The Dragon Prince was also stunned. After being slapped in the face by the Ocean Abyss Divine General, he was so angry that his whole body was trembling. Lin Xian looked disdainfully in all directions and said loudly, "That's right, I'm Mad God." Everyone was going crazy. Was it really him? They had only guessed before, but now they heard it with their own ears. They were still extremely shocked. The people from the Blue Tribe, Purple Mansion Tribe, and Golden Crow Tribe were all stunned. They couldn't believe it. However, the other experts had grave expressions on their faces. They carefully recalled the relationship between Mad God and Lin Xian. They realized that Mad God had always helped Lin Xian with all his might. If the two of them were the same person, then everything that had happened before could be explained. In addition, the arrival of the two divine generals was enough to prove that all of this was true. The other party was Mad God. The people from the Divine Union were also stunned. They knew that Mad God was on their side. However, they had never imagined that their boss, the leader of the Divine Union, would be Mad God himself. This was too unbelievable. After the shock, they were ecstatic. Great, their boss Lin had also reached the peak. He had been crowned king. He wasn't any weaker than the Dragon Prince. Let's see who still dares to look down on us. The Nayland family, the Duga family, the Pale Cauldron sect, and the other supporters of the Divine Union were also stunned. To be honest, they had all received help from Lin Xian. Now that Lin Xian was in danger, they naturally had to help him. However, Mad God's identity still shocked them. The people from the Fire Dragon tribe were also scared. Fortunately, they had still stood on Lin Xian's side. Otherwise, they would have been the first to be destroyed by Lin Xian. Lin Xian looked ahead and said coldly, "Fire Cloud Divine General, do I have the right to stand here? Do you still want to make a move on me?" A questioning voice rang out, shocking countless people. Was this fellow trying to contend with the patriarchs? The Fire Cloud Divine General snorted, but didn't say anything. Even the patriarchs of the Path sects had cold looks on their faces. Elder Bai laughed heartily. "Lin Gongzi, you are indeed unexpected. Our Path sect is going to hold another king bestowment ceremony today." After saying that, he flew into the distance and waved his hand, creating an empty space. Lin Xian also walked in that direction. "Today I will be crowned king." Lin Xian's voice reverberated in all directions. The people who had come to congratulate him were shocked. Crowning 2 kings in one day was something that had never happened before. Was it actually going to happen before their eyes? Were they going to witness history? Countless shocked voices were heard. This was too unbelievable. These people looked at the Path sect with envy. 2 kings had appeared in the Path sect in one day. They would probably reach the peak in the future and surpass the other orthodoxies. Indeed, the people from the Sky sect and the Earth sect had ugly looks on their faces. This was especially so for the Sky sect. Previously, Kun Pengzi had been crowned first, allowing them to surpass the other 2 orthodoxies. It could be said that they were unparalleled. But now, the Path sect had 2 geniuses crowned kings, completely surpassing them. The people from the Earth sect had ugly looks on their faces. They didn't even have one. Chapter 5073. Kun Pengzi's eyes shone with a cold light as he stared at Lin Xian. Previously, it was only rumored that Lin Xian could fight against the Dragon Prince. But fighting against 2 moves and being on par with the Crown Prince were 2 different things. In his opinion, the Dragon Prince was just careless. Once he attacked with his full strength, Lin Xian would definitely die. Therefore, he didn't take it to heart. But now it was completely different. The other party was Mad God. He had reached the peak of the Holy Abyss and was going to be crowned king today. This showed that he was not weaker than them. The other party was not a crown prince and did not have a powerful bloodline, but he was not weaker than them. This was something that only a young great emperor could do. The other party had the potential to become a great emperor. This was not good news for him. Yi Wudao took a deep breath. As expected of Brother Lin, he was indeed strong. But I won't fall behind. His eyes shone with a cold light. On the other side, Gu Feng of the Gu family gritted his teeth. He and Lin Xian were enemies. At this moment, the other party was extremely dazzling, so he was naturally angry. Some of the other geniuses were filled with killing intent. Some were envious, and some were about to go crazy. The heavenly sect elder's face was cold. At this moment, he sneered. 2 kings being crowned? I don't know if it's a blessing or a curse. Old Zhang, what do you mean? The heavenly sect disciples were puzzled. The heavenly sect elder laughed. If it was someone else who was crowned king, they would naturally be above us in the end. But now, these 2 kings are mortal enemies. There will be a battle between the 2 of them, and only one of them can survive. Do you think this is a good thing for the Dao sect? Perhaps in the end, both sides would suffer great losses, or even perish together. The Dao sect will not allow such a thing to happen. I think they can only choose one of the 2. How could the other be willing to be abandoned? This was a king. He was a young great emperor. How could such a person not retaliate? So no matter what, the Dao sect would be unlucky. Hearing this, the crown prince of the heavenly sect also gloated. When the others heard this, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. They also wanted to see how the situation would develop. After Lin Xian landed, a crown appeared in the hands of the divine general of the Sea Abyss. He was about to crown Lin Xian as king. However, only Elder Bai from the Dao sect had come. The other elders had not come. They were all on the Dragon Prince's side. Many people were shocked. It seemed like the True Path sect was going to choose the Dragon Prince. Someone sighed. It couldn't be helped. Although Lin Xian was extraordinary, the Dragon Prince was even more terrifying. He was an imperial prince, and he had an imperial clan behind him. His strength was definitely not something that Lin Xian could compare to. Therefore, it was normal for them to give up on Lin Xian. Everyone knew that it wasn't because Lin Xian was weak. However, the Dragon Prince was too powerful. His status and background surpassed everything else. At this moment, another old man walked out from the path. He had the demeanor of a transcendent being, like an old immortal. His eyes flickered with a mysterious light. His appearance caused the people from the Tao sect to immediately salute him. Greetings, fantasy world old ancestor. Lin Xian also looked over and narrowed his eyes. He had seen ancestor Huan Shi once before. He had come out during the Tao sect's gathering. This was a true ancestor. His decision alone was worth the opinions of hundreds of Tao sect's elders. Therefore, everyone wanted to know who ancestor Huan Shi supported. The Dragon Prince also looked back and bowed slightly. Greetings, ancestor Huan Shi. Ancestor Huan Shi nodded. Dragon Prince, I'm not too late to be crowned king, right? Hearing this, the Dragon Prince smiled. Senior, you're too polite. It's the honor of the dragon race for you to come. Senior, please. The people from the Dragon Palace hurriedly invited ancestor Huan Shi over. At the same time, they were overjoyed that a Tao sect ancestor was on their side. This could very well represent the will of the Tao sect. In other words, the Tao sect supported them and gave up on Lin Xian. When the others saw this, they were also in an uproar. Many people shook their heads and sighed. Lin Xian, mad god, what a pity. The people from the Divine Union were also in despair. Bai Su and the others gritted their teeth. Damn it, how did this happen? Even after being crowned king, I can't compete with the Dragon Emperor? Crimson Dragon and the others gritted their teeth. So what if it's the Tao sect? At most, they could leave this place and find an opportunity to kill the Dragon Prince. They were extremely angry. The Dragon Prince turned to Lin Xian and smiled. Looks like you've been abandoned. Today is the day you die. Even if you reach the peak, you'll still fall. No one can save you. Lin Xian's expression was solemn. Has the Tao sect already made their choice? So what? Even if he left the Tao sect in the future, he could still move forward. Besides, he would have to kill the Dragon Prince sooner or later. At that moment, another figure flew out from the depths of the Tao sect. Countless people were stunned because the aura of the person who came out was equally terrifying. It was as if the world was going to collapse. Everyone was in an uproar. This was the combat strength of the Tao sect ancestor. Was another ancestor coming out? Even the illusory world ancestor was stunned. He frowned and looked behind him with a mysterious light in his eyes. The illusory world ancestor had a pair of magical eyes and an extremely powerful soul. However, the person who came had a powerful strength. He was like a god of war who could easily tear the world apart. Savage! The illusory world ancestor frowned. The people from the other two orthodoxies also exclaimed. It was the savage wilderness ancestor. The people from the Tao sect were stunned. The savage wilderness ancestor snorted coldly. Why haven't I come out for a long time? Are the disciples of the Tao sect so unruly now? He stomped his foot and the blood of the people around him churned. Many of them vomited blood. The Tao sect disciples came back to their senses and hurriedly bowed. Greetings, savage wilderness ancestor. Please forgive us. The others felt their scalps go numb. This power is too terrifying. The people from the Heaven sect and Earth sect frowned. The Tao sect had a total of 5 ancestors. They were the 5 giants. Now 2 of them had come out. This situation was very abnormal. Could it be that the Dragon Prince was so important? The Dragon Prince also took a deep breath, and a hint of excitement appeared in his eyes. These were the true giants. Now that two of them were standing on his side, even Kuan Pengzi would not be able to compete with him. Thinking of this, he smiled proudly. However, his smile quickly disappeared. The others widened their eyes, and their eyeballs almost fell out of their sockets. The savage wilderness ancestor did not come to the Dragon Prince's side. Instead, he walked to Lin Xian's side. He kept nodding. Interesting. 9 young divine body, right? Little guy, I didn't expect you to be crowned king. Good, very good. I have high hopes for you. He patted Lin Xian's shoulder. The void around Lin Xian shattered. Lin Xian's blood also churned. The other party had already restrained himself. If the other party patted him with all his strength, his divine body would probably not be able to withstand it. However, he also smiled. Thank you, Senior Savage. Great, there's an ancestor on my side. Chapter 5074. Heavens, the savage wilderness patriarch was actually on Lin Xian's side. Could it be that he supported Lin Xian? The people from the Dragon Palace were dumbfounded. The people from the Blue Clan were stunned, and so were the others. The Sky Sect elders' pupils constricted. Impossible! How could there be two wills in the Tao sect? Could it be that they were supporting two people? The Earth sect experts also tightly knitted their brows. Just what was Tao sect up to? The Fantasy World Patriarch also spoke. What do you mean, savage wilderness? The Savage Wilderness Patriarch laughed. My meaning is very clear. I support this little fellow. I think highly of him. Why didn't you discuss this with me before? The Fantasy World Patriarch's expression was ugly. If this was not handled well, the Tao sect might be doomed. Moreover, with so many families and sects here, wouldn't others be watching the show? The Savage Wilderness Patriarch snorted coldly. Do I need to explain to you what I do? You support yours, I support mine. The Fantasy World Patriarch did not say anything else. This matter was beyond his expectations. Moreover, until now, the other 3 old fellows had not come out. It was obvious that they had tacitly agreed. He heaved a sigh before he remembered. The Tao sect also had a top genius who was also an expert of the dragon race. His name was Long Guang. The Savage Wilderness Patriarch thought highly of him. However, he had fallen later. They knew that it was very likely related to the Dragon Prince. However, the Dragon Prince was the Emperor's son and the Tao sect's only hope. Therefore, the Savage Wilderness Patriarch could not do anything. However, it was different now. Someone had been crowned king and could compete with the Dragon Prince. This way, the Savage Wilderness Patriarch would immediately support the other party. Moreover, Lin Xian probably had some relationship with Long Guang. After all, even the Black Sea's dragon race stood on Lin Xian's side. The following situation was very strange. The coronation of 2 kings had never happened before. Moreover, the Tao sect had tacitly agreed. Lin Xian's coronation process was very fast. He wore a crown and looked down on the world, receiving the envy and worship of countless people. From today onwards, Lin Xian was the king of crowns. His name could already be recorded in history. Furthermore, it would be engraved on the stone tablet of the Sacred Abyss Tower for eternity. The people from Dragon Palace had ugly expressions. Originally, they wanted to use Lin Xian as an example to intimidate the world. But now, not only did he fail, but Lin Xian was now on par with the Dragon Prince. This was completely out of their expectations. Damn it! With the support of the old ancestor, it would be difficult for him to kill the other party in the future. The Dragon Prince's face was cold. He had already decided that after the coronation, he would immediately mobilize experts to kill the other party. He had to kill the other party. This was a huge threat. He would not allow the other party to continue growing. Lin Xian accepted the coronation and was conferred the title of Crown King. He turned around. Everyone, this must be the first time you've seen the coronation of 2 kings. Don't you want to see which king is stronger? Everyone was stunned when they heard this. Originally, they all wanted to leave, but at this moment they stopped. All of them looked ahead. What was the meaning of this? Could it be that the other party wanted to attack the Dragon Prince? Heavens, this is too unbelievable. Before this, they were looking forward to Long Huangzi and Kuan Pengzi fighting. Now, Lin Xian was going to attack. But it was the same because Lin Xian was also crowned as king. This was definitely going to be a fierce battle. You want to fight with me? The Dragon Prince also frowned. Lin Xian scoffed coldly. Why? You don't dare? If you don't dare, then kneel down and kowtow to me, and I will let you go. You are asking for death. Stupid thing. I was thinking of an excuse to attack you. Since you want to die, then I will grant you your wish. In the king battle, I will use the emperor's ability. If you are not careful, you will die. Therefore, when the time comes, I hope that the seniors and divine generals will forgive me. The Dragon Prince's voice was filled with killing intent. Everyone knew that he was going to kill him. Lin Xian said that if you can't take my ability, you will go to hell. It was good that the people of the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty knew about this. They didn't want to embarrass themselves here. If the younger generation couldn't beat him, it would be embarrassing if the older generation stepped in. The elders of the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty scoffed. They had unlimited confidence in the Dragon Prince. Lin Xian would definitely not lose. Last time, the Dragon Prince was just careless. This time, the Dragon Prince was going to use his full strength to kill Lin Xian. The Dragon Prince raised his hand, and a terrifying aura of the dragon Dao appeared in his hand. A pair of dragon claws that could tear the sky apart. Lin Wuti prepared to die. He struck out with his palm, and it turned into a huge dragon as it pounced over. Green dragon palm. The green dragon roared and flapped its wings. An endless storm turned into a heavenly blade. It tore the void apart. This power instantly enveloped Lin Xian. It was too terrifying. The Dragon Prince used the dragon race's secret technique right away. Lin Xian was probably in danger. Lin Xian formed a seal with his palm, and a fearless lion seal appeared. He charged forward. The golden lion roared and slashed at the green dragon palm. A dragon and a lion roared between heaven and earth. It shook all directions. Then the green dragon was torn in half by the golden lion. A terrifying golden light enveloped the Dragon Prince. Countless people exclaimed when they saw the scene. It was so terrifying. Not only did Lin Xian block the Dragon Prince's attack, but he was also able to counterattack. A ray of light exploded where the Dragon Prince was, and a terrifying black hole appeared. 10,000 dragons surrounded him and blocked this attack. However, his expression was incomparably ugly. He had underestimated his opponent. Although his opponent was not a crown prince, his combat strength was not weaker than a crown prince's at all. It seemed that he had to take his opponent seriously. 9 dragon transformations. As he spoke, 9 giant dragons rolled between heaven and earth, and a terrifying power swept in all directions. And you have angered me. The phantoms of the 5 giant dragons charged toward Lin Xian with powerful force. The surrounding people were terrified. The 9 dragon transformations was a peerless divine ability. It was a great emperor's divine ability. This attack was 5 times stronger than before. Demon God Finger. Lin Xian stretched out 5 fingers and pointed forward. 5 fingers flew out, and 5 rays of light swept across heaven and earth like the spears of a demon god. What he used was also a great emperor's divine ability from the demon summoning scripture. As soon as the 5 demon god fingers appeared, heaven and earth shook. Everyone could see that an endless black hole appeared in the void. There was no power to resist it. The 5 giant dragons collided with the 5 demon god fingers, and a shattering sound was heard. The sky was completely shattered, and the 5 giant dragons let out miserable roars. They suffered a crazy blow and almost collapsed. But it had to be said that the Dragon Prince was really too strong. The phantoms of the 5 giant dragons did not shatter. Instead, their huge bodies began to wrap around the 5 black fingers. They wanted to tear them apart. Lin Xian snorted coldly and punched out, 6-path fist pressing forward. Originally, the two were in a stalemate, but under this punch, the phantoms of the 5 giant dragons instantly shattered. Chapter 5075. Is he suppressing the Dragon Prince again? This Lin Xian is really strong. The Dragon Prince's face turned extremely ugly. With a roar, dragon blood danced in the air and countless laws danced around him. It was extremely dazzling. True dragons, 7 steps. He performed another extremely powerful divine ability, and there were tens of thousands of dragon shadows circling under his feet. The explosive aura made the whole world tremble violently. Everyone exclaimed. They could feel their bodies being pushed back continuously. It was as though this stomp of theirs could turn an entire world into dust and ashes. Boom! With one step, the 9 heavens shattered and a terrifying force came. The demon god's finger shook violently, and endless demonic runes flickered on it to resist. However, when he took the second step, a demon god's finger shattered. It turned into a monstrous demonic chi. Another step landed, and the remaining demon god sun fingers also cracked apart. The true dragon's 7 steps was so terrifying. Even the terrifying demon god's finger couldn't withstand this step. If he stepped on a sage, no one would be able to withstand it. Lin Xian had the 9-yang divine body, right? Unfortunately, the 9-yang divine body was still a little weaker than the crown prince's physique. He definitely couldn't withstand it. The people of the Dragon Palace sneered. Dragons had reverse scales. This Lin Xian was definitely going to die if he challenged the Dragon Prince. It's all over now. The Dragon Prince's 4th step caused the sky to collapse and the earth to crack. Several huge cracks that were tens of thousands of miles long appeared in the void and extended into the distance. The surrounding people trembled in fear. Fortunately, at this time, the top great saints joined forces and cast out a terrifying Saint Domain, enveloping the surrounding spectators. Only then did those people let out a sigh of relief. Otherwise, they would probably be turned into ashes under the step. Could Lin Xian withstand it? Bai Susu and the others were nervous. However, Han Hanya said, "Don't worry, Lin Gongzi's strength is definitely beyond your imagination." Back then, he had seen the battle between Lin Xian and the Dead Soul's abyss with his own eyes. Now that Lin Xian's cultivation had broken through again, his strength was much stronger than before. Therefore, there was absolutely no problem in this battle. Lin Xian roared, and a large seal appeared in his hand. Demon God Seal. The true dragon's 7 steps collided with his opponent's attack. Both were martial monarch skills. The battle between the two was utterly terrifying. The stars in the sky fell, and the terrifying Great Tao swept out in all directions like thunder. The spectators all sighed in admiration. Both of them were supreme youths, too terrifying. If such a person was born in another era, he would definitely become a great emperor. At the very least, he could ascend to the 9 heavens and sweep through the 10,000 worlds. But now, with the two of them clashing, one of them was bound to be injured. There were even people who exclaimed in admiration. This was a golden age. Other than these two, there was also Kuan Pengzi. The Qilin clan and the Phoenix clan also had princes and princesses. In addition, Yi Wu Dao from the Yi clan and Gu Feng from the Gu clan had already cultivated the legacy of the great emperors. If they grew up, they would definitely not be weak. In the future, the competition would probably be between these young giants. They knew that such a person had the talent of a young great emperor, but who would be able to walk to the end? Perhaps the competition in this era would be 100 times more difficult than before. In the sky, the Dragon Prince roared and released the image of a dragon. 6 giant dragons rolled around him. That was the 6th transformation of the true dragon's 9 transformations. This was the strongest state in which he could use the mystique at the moment. After all, he was also a peak sage king. To be able to use it to this extent was already enough to shock those in the sage king realm. Lin Xian's expression was also cold. The seal in his hand was extremely terrifying, as if it could turn the world upside down. Not only that, he waved his left hand. 6 path fists, phantoms of 6 worlds, revolved around him. It collided with the 6 giant dragons. The battle between the two was like a fierce battle between a dragon and a tiger. The dragon prince's face was cold. After fighting for so long, they were actually evenly matched. This was something he couldn't tolerate. With a roar, a dragon's spear appeared in his hand, and he gripped it tightly. With a light shake, hundreds of black holes were torn open in the void. This was a legendary sacred weapon that made countless experts envious. The Dragon Prince had such a divine weapon at such a young age. Even a clan only had a few of such items. The heritage of the monarch clan was really too strong. With the dragon spear in hand, it crushed the world. With one attack, it directly attacked Lin Xian's forehead. Lin Xian was still not afraid. With a wave of his hand, the Hellfire Dragon sword appeared to meet the attack. With a clang, it collided with the dragon spear. The two collided, and the flames were extremely dazzling. With the two of them as the center, a shocking power swept out in all directions. The entire world turned into chaos. It wasn't the Great Destruction. The Crimson Dragon was also surprised. He thought that Lin Xian would use the Great Destruction Spear. He didn't expect that what he took out was a sword, and it was something he had never seen before. What a terrifying flame! What a cold aura! What sword was this? The soul sage beside him said that this was the Hellfire Dragon sword. It was a very terrifying, legendary sword in the underworld. He didn't expect that it would be obtained by Lin Gongzi. The Hellfire Dragon sword was also a legendary sacred weapon. As soon as he appeared, he displayed powerful power, shocking countless people. Damn, kid, who are you fighting with? It hurts so much to hit me. The Hellfire Dragon's sword roared, its eyes staring forward. What a terrifying dragon aura. This guy is not simple. Kid, kill him quickly. I want his dragon blood. I want to use his dragon blood to reforge. No, don't break him. I want his physique. With his physique, I can be reborn. In the sword world, the Hellfire Dragon roared crazily. His eyes were red. This guy's voice was not concealed at all, and it spread between heaven and earth. The spectators were all dumbfounded. This sword was talking, and it dared to have designs on the Dragon Prince. God, what kind of sword was this? Lin Xian was also speechless. He snorted coldly and told himself to be more honest. The Dragon Prince was so angry that his whole body trembled. He felt the aura of a dragon from this sword. It was obvious that it belonged to the Dragon Clan, but the other party dared to have designs on him, and even wanted his dragon blood, and wanted to seize his physique. Stupid thing. I am the son of the Dragon Emperor. As a member of the Dragon Clan, why don't you submit to me? A cold voice sounded. The bloodline pressure on the Dragon Prince's body completely erupted. At this moment, everyone felt a suppression. It was a suppression that came from the depths of the bloodline. It was as if the other party was a high and mighty king, and they could only crawl outside. You are the Emperor's son? The Hellfire Dragon sword was shocked, and then it trembled with excitement. Great! I didn't expect that I would finally meet an Emperor's son. With your physique and bloodline, even if I can't become a great emperor, I can still unify the Dragon Clan in the universe. I want to be the new god of the Dragon Clan. The Hellfire Dragon roared crazily, and countless runes appeared on it. A powerful force exploded. Kid, I will cooperate with you. Quickly suppress him, and I will give you half of my dragon blood. Chapter 5076. The Hellfire Dragon's swords, words were shocking. The faces of the people from the 1,000 Dragon Dynasty turned extremely ugly. Damn it, they didn't expect Lin Xian to have such a treasure. It was really shocking. The Crimson Dragon laughed. This brother is arrogant, but I like him. The Dragon Prince roared crazily. He waved his dragon spear and swept it forward. At the same time, his left hand shone brightly. Terrifying dragon scales appeared on it. It seemed indestructible. As he waved his arm, flames appeared. It was the fire of the dragon. Below, the people of the Thousand Dragon Court all exclaimed when they saw this. Great, the Sky Dragon arm. The Dragon Prince was going to use the Sky Dragon arm. The others were terrified. Just by the name, they knew it was a terrifying technique. And its power was even more terrifying than before. It was obvious that it was also a Thearcha's superpower. They were envious. Every superpower in the Thearcha's inheritance was terrifying. Now that the Dragon Prince used it, he could kill countless experts in the intermediate Great Saint Realm. But now, all these superpowers couldn't do anything to Lin Xian. Could the current Heavenly Dragon arm achieve victory? The Sky Dragon arm was a super powerful superpower. Once used, it couldn't be used again in a short time. Therefore, the Dragon Prince wouldn't use it easily. Now he was furious. He didn't care about anything else and used the Sky Dragon arm. The Sky Dragon arm appeared and the earth cracked. The stars in the sky had become dim and lightless. He threw out a punch and charged forward. The Hellfire Dragon roared crazily. Damn it, kid, I blocked his dragon spear. You can take this punch yourself. He could feel how terrifying this punch was. If this punch landed on his body, he would probably be beaten until he lost his luster. Lin Xian furrowed his brows in the face of such a terrifying punch. This punch was too fast. It arrived in front of him in an instant. Kid, let's see how you block it. You want to compete with me in Thearcha's superpower? Can you beat me? The Dragon Prince sneered proudly. He had the complete Dragon Emperor's inheritance. In his opinion, Lin Xian was just lucky to get a few types of Earth God Emperor. But he couldn't compete with the real Thearcha's inheritance. Boom! Wherever the Heavenly Dragon arm passed, the heavens collapsed and the earth cracked. The place Lin Xian was at was completely pierced through and connected to the universe. Endless starlight sprinkled down. Was he dead? Everyone was shocked as they carefully sensed. However, in the next moment, they discovered that in the shattered starry sky, a terrifying demonic aura appeared. With a loud boom, an earth-shattering sound rang out. The Heavenly Dragon arm was blocked. How could this be? The people of Dragon Palace could not believe it. The Heavenly Dragon arm was indestructible and belonged to the category of fist arts that could burst out in an instant. If he wanted to condense a second punch, he would need to accumulate time and strength. Even if this fist art was to fight against a saint, it should still be a great threat. But now, was he still helpless against invincible Lin? What did that guy use to block it? Everyone was puzzled. They looked forward and saw a black spear in Lin Xian's left hand, which radiated a terrifying aura. It was this thing that had blocked the Heavenly Dragon arm. What a terrifying demonic aura! The Hellfire Dragon soared beside him also exclaimed. His grade isn't lower than mine. Kid, you still have such a treasure now. He was too surprised. This spear was the Great Destruction Spear, a treasure from the demonic realm that Lin Xian had obtained. It was also an inherited sacred weapon from the demonic realm, and its power was terrifying. Now, it was even more suitable for Lin Xian. Lin Xian was cultivating the demonic summoning scripture, the inheritance of a great emperor. It had a monstrous demonic aura. Together with the Great Destruction, its power was multiplied. Hence, he was able to block the punch just now. You think too highly of yourself. Do you think this is all I have? Lin Xian held the Hellfire Dragon sword in one hand and the Great Destruction spear in the other. He brandished the two sacred weapons and charged forward. The Dragon Prince roared, and the two of them fought again. This guy actually had two legendary divine weapons. Many people's eyes turned red. Holy weapons of the clan of the ancients were treasures of the clan of the ancients. Under normal circumstances, they would not be used easily. Even if they were used, it would be by the clan leader or the great elder. There were no young geniuses at all. Unless it was the young clan leader, he might be able to get one. But now, Lin Xian had two of them in his hands, and it seemed that he still had a trump card. This battle would be difficult to determine the winner in a short time. Some martial arts experts sighed. The others also knew, but they would not leave. Even if the battle lasted for a few months, they would still stay here and watch. After all, this was a battle between emperors, a battle between young paragons. At this moment, Sun Qitian turned around. He looked around and looked at Gufeng, Yi Wudao, and the others. Then he looked at Kuan Pengzi. I can feel your bloodline. You should be an emperor too, right? Do you dare to exchange a few moves with me? Countless people were shocked. This monkey was too crazy. First, he attacked the Dragon Prince, and now he wanted to challenge Kuan Pengzi. The people of the heavenly sect were shocked. An elder said, "You are too presumptuous." Sun Qitian snorted and struck out with his staff, shattering the endless void. The heavenly sect elder's pupils also constricted. Previously, they were just watching the battle, but when this attack hit them, they were terrified. He was still terrified. This young man could definitely pose a threat to him. Was he really that old? He was angry and wanted to resist with all his strength. At this moment, a figure walked over. "Elder, you can retreat. I will fight him." Kuan Pengzi waved his hand, and a terrifying yin and yang qi appeared, forming a protective barrier. It directly blocked the staff. In the next moment, he soared into the sky. "If you want to fight, then come. As you wish." "Very well. You are an interesting opponent." Sun Qitian soared into the sky without fear. The surrounding people were stunned. The sky in front of them had been shattered by Lin Xian and the Dragon Prince. A great battle was about to take place in the sky behind them. It was also a battle between emperors, and the two battles were going on at the same time. It was the first time these people had seen such a battle. Even the elders were watching such a battle for the first time. The savage wilderness patriarch laughed out loud. A battle between emperors? Very well. Inform the Taoist sect to activate the Peerless Array formation to protect the spectators. Let these four little guys fight until the sky and earth turn upside down. The order was passed down, and the Taoist sect activated the Peerless Array formation to protect the safety of the surrounding spectators. At the same time, they provided a battlefield for the four of them to fight without any scruples. The monkey and Kuan Pengzi also fought. The monkey swept his iron staff in all directions. At the same time, golden flames floated out of his eyes, causing everyone's souls to be terrified. "Martial path, heavenly eye." Many people exclaimed. This was a legendary peerless technique. They didn't expect the monkey to be able to use it. However, Kuan Pengzi was still not afraid. A black and white aura flowed around his body. That was the origin aura of heaven and earth, yin and yang qi. At this moment, he seemed to have transformed into a god as he fought with the monkey. The two of them fought fiercely. Chapter 5077. The surrounding spectators looked up at the sky. The two battlefields were equally terrifying, and they couldn't see them at all. In the blink of an eye, 5 days passed. Countless people were shocked. In the past 5 days, they had witnessed countless ultimate techniques and divine abilities. But now, they realized that the four of them were evenly matched. Sometimes one of them would be at a disadvantage. But soon, a new ultimate technique would appear and turn the situation around. It would be very difficult for anyone to completely suppress the other. In the beginning, Lin Xian's two legendary sacred weapons caused the Dragon Prince to be at a disadvantage. At one point, he was even in danger. But soon, the Dragon Prince erupted with an extremely powerful might. He used several ultimate techniques and divine abilities, one after another. On the third day, he even used the heavenly dragon arm again to turn the situation around. On the fifth day, no one could do anything to the other. The expressions of the people from the Dragon Palace became ugly. This was the Imperial Prince. How could that Lin Xian contend against him? The faces of the people from the 10,000 Dragons dynasty turned cold. Damn it, they guessed that Lin Xian didn't just obtain the great emperor's divine ability. Judging from the methods that he had displayed so far, it was very likely that he had obtained the complete great emperor's ancient scripture. Only the disciple of the great emperor could contend against the disciple. Damn it, this kid's luck was actually so good. The others also guessed it and were envious. How many great emperors had there been since ancient times? And each inheritance was incomparably mysterious. The main reason was that most of them were in the hands of the emperor clans, and no one dared to snatch them. No one could obtain them. Only a few great emperors didn't pass them down, and their families were lost in the various worlds. But it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens to find them. How many tens of thousands of years would there be a person with heaven-defying luck who obtained the inheritance of a great emperor? Now, was Lin Xian that person? The dragon prince naturally thought of this as well. He gritted his teeth. I didn't expect you to be so lucky. But so what? I'll let you see the imperial prince's true foundation now. He roared angrily, and endless dragon energy appeared in his bloodline. A dragon diagram interweaved in the sky, faintly discernible. A terrifying extreme Tao aura swept out in all directions. At this moment, the array formations in the Tao shook violently, as if they couldn't withstand it at all. Not good, it was an extreme weapon, the 10,000 Dragons picture. Countless people were terrified, and they all retreated. Fantasy World Ancestor frowned, and even Savage Desolation Ancestor's expression sank. This guy even took out an extreme grade weapon? It was likely that even their Tao sect would find it hard to defend against this attack. No, he had to stop the battle. Fantasy World Ancestor also had a serious expression. He was the patriarch of the Tao sect. If this attack landed, the Tao sect would definitely be severely injured. However, the elder of the 10,000 Dragon dynasty said, "Fellow Taoists, don't worry. The nest of 10,000 dragons will compensate you double for your losses." This was an excellent opportunity for the Dragon Prince to use the 10,000 dragons picture to kill Lin Xian. How could they allow others to stop them? No matter who it was, they would not be able to stop this battle. Countless people were terrified. Even Sun Qitian and Kuan Peng Zi stopped fighting. Their eyes were filled with fear. They each took a side and raised their heads to look into the distance. Kuan Peng Zi frowned. Had the Dragon Prince reached this level? Could it be that this Lin Xian was so terrifying that the Dragon Prince had no choice but to use his Tao weapon? Sun Qitian frowned even more. He was not strong enough, but he had to rely on his great emperor weapon. What a piece of trash! That dragon, if you dare to hurt my brother Lin, I will not forgive you. The savage wilderness ancestor also had a serious expression. He planned to save Lin Xian at the critical moment. He would not allow such a person to be killed by an extreme grade weapon. The Dragon Prince did not care about these people's threats at all. With his current strength, he could only use a portion of the 10,000 dragons picture's power. But it was enough. No one could resist the might of an extreme grade weapon. He raised one hand, and the 10,000 dragons picture spun slowly in his palm. Then he waved it forward. "Kid, it's over." This attack made the Dragon Prince's body shake. He felt that most of the power in his body had been used up. Even if he were to use an extreme weapon, it would be extremely difficult for him. However, its power was stronger than before. Countless extreme grade weapons shattered the starry sky and swept through everything. Lin Xian's demonic aura dimmed. Seeing this, the Hellfire Dragon sword roared in horror. "Damn! What is this kid waiting for? Hurry up and run." No matter how arrogant he was, he did not dare to resist a true extreme grade weapon. Lin Xian took a deep breath and put away the Great Destruction Spear and the Hellfire Dragon Sword. He stood there without any intention of running away. Was that kid scared out of his wits? Countless people exclaimed. The people of the Dragon Palace sneered. That was for sure. He probably had never seen the might of an extreme-grade weapon. The elder of the 10,000 Dragons dynasty snorted. Everything was over. After killing the other party, they would get the great emperor's inheritance. I wonder which great emperor this fellow obtained. Thinking of this, they became excited. If they got it, the 10,000 Dragons dynasty would have 2 great emperors' inheritances. They would probably surpass the Kuinpeng race and the Qilin race. At that time, they would be the true rulers of all the worlds. The 10,000 dragons pictures dragon aura turned into 10,000 dragon shadows. They roared at the sky and came in front of Lin Xian. They enveloped Lin Xian. At the last moment, Lin Xian sighed. He waved his hand, and a black jar appeared in his hand, floating up and down in the air. Endless black runes appeared on it, and vortexes surged out one after another, enveloping his body. Boom! The 10,000 dragons descended and completely enveloped Lin Xian. Was everything over? Countless people were shocked and terrified. Sun Qitian, savage ancestor, and the others' expressions changed drastically. They wanted to attack, but they were stopped by the experts of the 10,000 Dragons dynasty. Get lost! Sun Qitian roared. He was about to attack recklessly, but suddenly there was a change in front. As the countless dragon silhouettes swept across the sky, a vortex rapidly appeared. At first it was very small, but in the end it swept across the world as if it was going to swallow everything. Everyone thought that it was a universe black hole created by the 10,000 dragons picture, but later they realized that it was not, because this black vortex was quickly swallowing those dragon shadows. In an instant, half of the dragon shadows were swallowed. What was going on? What was this? Could it be that Lin Wuti was not dead? Countless people were shocked. They all looked around. The people of the 10,000 Dragons dynasty also narrowed their eyes. Kuinpeng Zi's eyes shone with black and white light. On the other side, Yi Wudao, the Crimson Dragon, and the others sneered. Wanting to kill the other party with the 10,000 Dragons picture? What a joke! Unless the great emperor was resurrected. Or 10 peak great sages working together with the 10,000 dragons picture might be possible. Now, it was impossible for the dragon prince alone, because Lin Xian also had an extreme weapon in his hand. The black vortex blocked the attack of the 10,000 dragons picture, and Lin Xian walked out of the black vortex. He held the sky-devouring jar in his hand like a god. Chapter 5078. I've said it before, you can't kill me, even if you use the 10,000 dragons diagram. Lin Xian's voice shocked countless people. Did Qin Wentian really block it? Did he really block the extreme weapon? Damn it, what was that? Countless experts stared at the black jar. This is Kuinpeng Zi's pupils constricted. He exclaimed. That was the heaven-devouring jar. The heaven-devouring jar? What? The extreme weapon, the heaven-devouring jar? Was it really that thing? That thing was indeed in his hands. Exclamations sounded one after another. The experts of the 10,000 Dragon Court were also shocked. Could it be that this kid had obtained the inheritance of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor? The heaven-devouring Great Emperor was extremely terrifying. He cultivated the devouring technique. It was known as devouring the heavens and earth. He could devour other geniuses to strengthen himself. This was an extremely terrifying great emperor. During the era when he rose to power, there were mountains of corpses. It could be said that there were mountains of corpses and seas of blood. The myriad worlds were beaten into despair. In the end, he reached the peak of the martial path and became a great emperor. It was said that in the later years of the heaven-devouring great emperor's life, the heaven-devouring great emperor wanted to take the next step and refine himself. He turned into a heaven-devouring jar. Later on, the heaven-devouring jar disappeared after being devoured and snatched by countless experts. It was said that it appeared in the hands of the heavenly court. However, with the destruction of the heavenly court, it disappeared again. Who would have thought that it would end up in Lin Xian's hands? Was it the complete heaven-devouring jar? The experts of the 10,000 Dragon Court looked over. Kun Pengzi and the people of the Gu family also looked over. In the end, they realized that it was only half a heaven-devouring jar without a lid. This made them all heave a sigh of relief because they were all holding a complete extreme weapon. However, the expressions of the 10,000 Dragon Court's people were still extremely ugly. Even if it was half an extreme weapon, it still had the might of an extreme weapon. More importantly, the two of them were only young powerhouses. Even if they had extreme weapons, they would only be able to use a portion of their strength. Therefore, there wasn't much difference between a complete one and half one, unless they really used their trump cards and used endless resources to revive an extreme weapon. At that time, the 10,000 Dragons diagram would be able to completely crush the heaven-devouring jar. But now, they weren't prepared for that. Half of the heaven-devouring jar. The Dragon Prince frowned. He was unconvinced. With a furious roar, he activated the 10,000 Dragons diagram again. With a wave of his hand, 20 storage rings appeared in the air. They all split open, and the power within them was given to the 10,000 Dragons diagram. After the 10,000 dragons obtained the power, they burst forth and crushed forward. Other than my own strength, I also have unlimited resources. The storage ring in my hand. Every single one of them could make a saint go crazy. Do you have any? The Dragon Prince sneered. I can continuously activate the myriad dragon diagram. What about you? You don't have the extra power to control the heaven-devouring jar. So in the end, I won this battle. Don't worry, when you die, the sky-devouring jar, your weapon, and your great emperor's inheritance will all be mine. Our dragon clan will make good use of it. You can go to hell in peace. After using the power of 20 storage rings, the power of the 10,000 dragons diagram was simply too terrifying. Everyone felt despair. Lin Xian had a strange expression on his face. Competing with him in terms of resources? Humph! If this was the 10,000 dragon dynasty, then he would indeed be inferior to the other party. However, they were currently in the Dao sect, and the other party was unable to borrow the strength of his family. So what if the other party had a lot of storage rings? Could they be compared to his sword world? Opening the sword world, Su Qin quickly used the power of the Four-Spirit Valley. With the support of the power, the heaven-devouring jar erupted with an even more dazzling light. The black vortex swept through the 9 heavens, swallowing the heavens and the earth. The light of the 10,000 dragons diagram was swallowed up, and the black vortex even appeared near the Dragon Prince. It wanted to swallow him as well. Damn it! The Dragon Emperor's roar and the roar of 10,000 dragons formed a powerful armor to block it. He really couldn't imagine that the other party actually had so many resources to be able to continuously use the heaven-devouring jar. In that case, it would be difficult to kill the other party this time. It could be said that it was almost impossible. Lin Xian used the heaven-devouring jar to fight against the 10,000 dragons diagram, and then he took out the great dragon sword spirit. He once again absorbed the power of the sword world. He knew that although he had the sword world, he couldn't use it indefinitely. Therefore, this time he had to kill him in one strike. With a sway of his body, he used Shadowless Heaven's net and instantly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already behind the Dragon Prince. There was a terrifying sword energy on his body that blocked the might of the extreme Tao. Then he waved the great dragon sword spirit and struck out with the third sword of the Azura sword technique. The Azura sword technique was originally a great emperor's ability, and it was an assassination technique. Coupled with the power of the great dragon sword and the sword world, this sword strike was terrifying to the extreme. The Dragon Prince suddenly turned his head. He discovered that a sword light had slashed through his glabella, wanting to split his body in half. No, he was shocked. Damn it, what kind of aura was this? Why could it threaten him as well, other than the heaven-devouring jar? Did the other party have any other extreme Tao weapons? He shouted angrily, wanting to recall the 10,000 dragons diagram to block it. At the same time, his body flew into the sky. However, he was still a step too late. The heaven-devouring jar resisted the 10,000 dragons diagram. Although the Dragon Prince's speed was fast, this sword strike was even faster. After this sword strike, a thunderous sound rang out between heaven and earth. Dragon blood rained down, and each drop of dragon blood carried with it an endless amount of dragon shadows. It pierced through heaven and earth. Many cracks also appeared on the Dao Sec's array formation below. They couldn't withstand the power of the dragon blood at all. This was the blood of the Emperor, which contained the bloodline of the great Emperor. Could it be that the Dragon Prince was injured? How was this possible? The people of the Dragon Palace roared crazily. They didn't believe it at all. Kun, Pingzi, the Yi family, and the Gu family also frowned. As members of the Emperor clan, they naturally knew how terrifying a prince was. Not to mention that the Dragon Prince had already taken out the 10,000 dragons diagram. They couldn't understand how he was still injured. Many people looked at the sky nervously. In the next moment, their pupils constricted. The elders of the 10,000 dragons dynasty soared into the sky. They roared crazily. However, they couldn't get close. The might of the extreme Tao in the sky was too terrifying. Their eyes turned red. The fantasy world patriarch's scalp went numb in disbelief. As a big shot of the Tao sect, he had experienced many things. It could be said that he had seen all kinds of life and death, but he still couldn't believe it, because he discovered that the Dragon Prince's body had been split open. That sword strike had almost split him in half. How was this possible? The Dragon Prince was actually severely injured. How did he do it? The Dragon Prince's eyes were also red. Killing intent surged from his body. In the next moment, the 10,000 dragons diagram was summoned back by him and enveloped his body. His broken body also slowly healed, but there seemed to be a force preventing his wounds from healing. He was dumbfounded and instantly understood. Damn it, you actually have it. Chapter 5079. What did he have? Countless people were curious. However, the Dragon Prince didn't say anything else. He gritted his teeth and roared. You actually have that thing. He was too shocked. That sword strike just now had brought about a fatal threat to him. However, he was the Emperor's son after all, and his bloodline was extremely powerful. At the critical moment, he still dodged the fatal attack. This sword had split his body open. However, it couldn't take his life. However, this feeling of injury still drove him crazy. The other party actually dared to hurt him. He couldn't bear it. However, he also realized what the other party had used to hurt him. A sword. The Dragon Shadow sword carried an indestructible power. As a member of the dragon race, he naturally knew that this was the great dragon sword of the 5 swords in the world. However, only the sword soul was left, and it was still incomparably sharp. The great dragon sword was the treasure that the dragon race had been searching for. This was the sword of attack in the world. It was something that belonged to the dragon race. However, this thing was too mysterious. It was even harder to find than an apex weapon. He didn't expect that it would be in the other party's hands. He found it hard to believe. The other party's fortuitous encounter was too good. Half an apex weapon and the great dragon sword soul were enough to block the Real 10,000 dragons portrait. Moreover, without fully recovering, he was indeed suppressed by the other party. Damn it! He roared angrily. He almost shouted just now. However, he stopped it abruptly. The great dragon sword soul was something that everyone wanted. Once he said it, not only him, but Kun Pengzi, the Gu family, and even the other families would want it. Even the Phoenix race and the Qilin race would come to snatch it. In that case, the situation would become incomparably troublesome. Therefore, the Dragon Prince didn't say it out loud. He planned to immediately mobilize the power of his family to search for it after returning. He had to kill this kid and obtain all the treasures on him. Damn it, what exactly was that thing? The others, however, were frantic with anxiety. They didn't see it clearly, and the Dragon Prince didn't say anything. Other than the Dragon Prince and Lin Xian himself, no one else knew. As expected, other than the Crimson Dragon, Yu Wu Dao and the others knew. Kun Peng Zi, Fantasy World Ancestor, and the others also frowned. They were all guessing, but they had no evidence. The people of the 10,000 Dragons dynasty were also shocked. What did the Dragon Prince discover? It was so shocking. Also, what was that thing? Could it hurt a crown prince? Lin Xian also sighed. That was indeed a good opportunity. His trump card was beyond his opponent's expectations. He launched a sure-kill attack, but his opponent still dodged it. At the same time, he also knew that the other party was not any weaker than him. If someone wanted to kill him, it would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. It was probably the same if he wanted to kill the other party. In this battle, he could only injure the other party and make a name for himself. Therefore, in order to truly kill a crown prince, one would need to make meticulous arrangements. In fact, they might even need to mobilize a lot of forces. It seemed that he had to make a good plan in the future. He would make the Dragon Prince disappear. He did not attack again. The heaven-swallowing jar returned to his side and floated up and down. The great dragon sword spirit had already returned to his body, and the sword world had also been closed by him. He was like a sword god, standing above the 9 heavens. On the other side, the Dragon Prince was covered by the 10,000 dragons picture, and the extreme Dao aura was resisting the great dragon sword soul. His expression was extremely cold. The people from the 10,000 dragon court also rose into the air. She came to his side and protected him. "Prince, are you all right?" Just now, they were extremely nervous. If anything happened to the Dragon Prince here, even if they died 100 times, it would not be enough to atone for their sins. "It's nothing. I was careless and got injured. However, it's impossible for him to kill me. Let's go." The Dragon Prince turned around and left. The people from the 10,000 dragon court followed closely behind, and a cold voice sounded. "Lin Xian, this battle is not over. The next time I see you, I will definitely destroy your soul." "With just you?" Lin Xian sneered. "This time, you escaped with injuries. Next time, I will definitely kill you with my sword." The Dragon Prince was so angry that he almost vomited blood. He flew even faster. Soon, he disappeared into the sky. Countless people were shocked. Did the Dragon Prince fail? Although they did not dare to make a final conclusion, the Dragon Prince was indeed at a disadvantage in this battle. He was injured by Lin Xian. The difference between the two was obvious. They sucked in a breath of cold air. That was a crown prince. Moreover, he was the crown prince of the dragon race. His strength and bloodline were terrifying. He definitely stood at the peak of the universe. But he was still injured. How terrifying was Lin Xian? They did not dare to imagine. Lin Xian looked around and said coldly, "Now that I have been crowned king, is there anyone who is not convinced?" The world was silent. Even the emperor race members were silent. No one was convinced. Lin Xian had already used his strength to prove it. Great. The savage wilderness ancestor laughed. "I was right about you." Lin Xian landed and said, "Thank you for your support, senior." Then the group returned. The fantasy world ancestor looked at Lin Xian's back with a complicated expression. The stars in his eyes were extinguished. This time, he had chosen to support the Dragon Prince. But the Dragon Prince had actually lost. Did he make the wrong choice? He shook his head. Although he had lost, the Dragon Prince had not truly lost. The Dragon Prince's trump cards and strength would soon be restored. The true battle of the Emperor's Road had just begun. Among these people, only one could reach the end. He believed that the Dragon Prince had a higher chance of winning. But what exactly did the other party use in the end? He still did not understand. "Let's go too." Kun Ping Zi also left. The last attack was also a threat to him. He had to increase his strength. Originally, he thought that his opponents were only a few emperor's sons. The others were nothing to be afraid of. Now, he understood that the universe was vast and had endless secrets and ancient inheritances. Even if he was not an emperor's son, as long as he had enough talent and luck, he would be able to compete with them. He might even surpass them. After all, those who had become great emperors in the past had all risen from the dust. They could not be careless. It seemed that it was time to cultivate and break through to the great sage realm. Now that these top geniuses were at the peak of the sage realm, who could be the first to break through to the great sage realm? Then who would be able to surpass the others and even take advantage of this opportunity to kill those powerful enemies? Therefore, he had to be the first to break through to the great sage realm. Let's go too. Yi Wudao turned around and left. The people from the Gu family also left. The other remote antiquity families also left. Some were excited, some were amazed, some were excited, and some were in despair. The people from the Purple Mansion realm had extremely solemn expressions. The strength that Lin Xian had displayed now made them feel as if they were facing a great enemy. Once such a person completely matured, would they be able to fight against him in the future? It seemed like they had to contact the 10,000 Dragon Court. Both sides had joined forces to kill each other as soon as possible. The Blue Clan, on the other hand, was full of despair. Previously, they had suppressed the Divine Union to curry favor with the 10,000 Dragon Court. They had even wanted to kill Lin Xian. Now, Lin Xian had been crowned king and injured the Dragon Prince. He was standing at the peak. Would their family be able to withstand that kind of fury? Chapter 5080. Lin Xian's coronation shocked and terrified many people. Some families were ready to take action. However, the Divine Union was very excited when they returned. They weren't the only ones. The sects and families that supported the Divine Union were also very excited. Lin Xian's current performance had exceeded their expectations. If Lin Xian could take another step forward and reach the sage stage one day, then these families would undergo an earth-shattering change. They would stand at the peak within 10,000 years. How could they not be excited? News of what had happened here spread quickly throughout the ancient city. Not only that, but it also spread to other cities and regions with the Holy Abyss ancient city as the center. In an instant, the world was shocked. The names of Lin Wudi and the Mad God once again resounded throughout the 9 heavens. Lin Xian was invited to the core region by the savage wilderness patriarch as a guest. He chatted with the old man for a long time. The old man said that he would always support them and even support Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon to avenge Long Guang. Lin Xian said, "Senior, don't worry. One day I will personally kill the Dragon Prince and avenge Long Guang." He just needed to plan well. The Dragon Prince could already use the 10,000 dragons portrait now. With an extreme weapon, it wouldn't be easy to kill the other party. The savage wilderness patriarch said, "There will always be a chance. You don't have to think about anything now. The most important thing is to raise your cultivation base as much as possible. Strive to enter the great sage stage as soon as possible. Now you, the Dragon Prince, Kuan Pingzi, Yi Wudao, Gufeng, and the others are all at the peak of the sage ruler stage. One more step and you will become a great sage. If anyone could enter first, they would seize the opportunity and have the strength to surpass the others. Break through to the great sage stage." Lin Xian took a deep breath. He had to hurry. If he was the first to break through to the great sage stage, his chances of killing the Dragon Prince would be much higher. However, if the other party broke through first, they would be in danger. Lin Xian nodded. "Senior, don't worry. I will do my best to break through during this period." The savage wilderness great sage said, "You have to be careful of the 10,000 dragons' court. Their Dragon Prince has been defeated, so they definitely won't take this lying down. Furthermore, I believe that the great emperor's inheritance that you displayed also had many weapons and trump cards. He had already been targeted by many people. Once you leave the Tao sect and the sacred Abyss Tower, these people will act without restraint. At that time, it wouldn't just be the younger generation. Countless experts of the older generation would make a move. Great sage lords and even great sage lords would make a move. They were all existences that stood at the pinnacle. Lin Xian took a deep breath. He naturally knew how terrifying those people were. Back then, a single peak great sage had been enough to scare the monkey away. If a few more came, they might really be able to kill them. Then, should he not go out during this period of time and cultivate in silence? At their level, it was impossible to cultivate in silence. I have an idea. Although it's dangerous, it's much safer than staying here. Senior, please speak. You should know that the entire buried Emperor Star is divided into many regions. They are called the 4 Seas and 8 Desolaces. The continent we are on is called Yao Guang Continent. There are other continents besides this one. Now, I'll send you to another continent to train. Although there are many people in that place who have heard of your name, not many have actually seen you. It will be much safer for you to train outside. Leave this place temporarily? Lin Xian thought for a moment and nodded. All right. In any case, he had already fought with the Dragon Prince. It could be said that they were evenly matched. It wouldn't be easy to kill the other party here. It was better to go to another place to increase his strength and then come back to kill the other party. This way he could avoid danger. He said, Senior, please give me a few days to prepare. This time, I want to bring a few friends with me. No problem. Go ahead and prepare. When you are ready, take the token and come to me. Savage Ancestor gave Lin Xian a token. Lin Xian left and went to prepare. On the other continent was a land of flames. The flames here were extremely terrifying. Even great sages would be terrified here. At this moment, there were several god statues in the flames. They were formed by the law of fire. They were even more terrifying than the flames. A figure was sitting cross-legged beneath these flaming statues. It was a man with short, fiery red hair. He wore a fiery robe, and his face was extremely handsome. At this moment, there were countless Qilin phantoms circling around his hand. At this moment, a middle-aged man walked over from afar. This middle-aged man was wearing battle armor and carrying a battle saber on his back. His appearance was like the descent of a fire god. Countless black cracks appeared in the surrounding void. It couldn't withstand his power at all. His speed was very fast. In a few steps, he arrived in front of him. Then he stopped. Qilin Sun, there is news from Holy Abyss Ancient City. The armored man said in a deep voice. If there were other people here, they would be shocked. Because this man was none other than the emperor of the Qilin clan, the Qilin Sun. And this armored man was a powerhouse of the Qilin clan. His strength was very terrifying. Hearing the armored man's words, the Qilin Sun opened his eyes. There were divine flames in his eyes. He asked, "How is it? Has the dragon prince been crowned?" The armored man nodded. The son of the dragon emperor had been crowned. The Qilin Sun sighed. What a pity. I used poison to plot against him. I thought that I could seriously injure him. Even his cultivation was destroyed. He actually launched an extreme Tao war against the spirit realm and took away the tree of life. Not only did his cultivation recover, but he also became a king. But it was fine. At least he was delayed by more than 10 years. It could be considered a result. The Qilin Sun nodded. Back then, the Qilin clan was the one who poisoned the Dragon Prince. However, the armored man in front of him looked very serious. It seemed that there was something else. The Qilin Sun asked, "What's wrong? Is there anything else?" The armored man said, "It's not just the Dragon Prince's coronation. There is something more important. There was news from Holy Abyss Ancient City that when the Dragon Prince was crowned, another person reached the top of the Holy Abyss Tower. He was also crowned. Another person was crowned a king? Who was it?" This time, the Qilin Sun was very surprised. Was there another emperor's son? The armored man shook his head. It was not the emperor's son. The other party had obtained the great emperor's inheritance and half an extreme Tao weapon. It could be said that he was a top genius, a young powerhouse. The Qilin's son was surprised. Then he asked, "What's his name?" Lin Wudi, Mad God. These were his two titles. He was so arrogant that he dared to use the word invincible. How could the dragon prince tolerate it? The Qilin's son, as the emperor's son, naturally knew that every emperor's son was arrogant and unruly. When the dragon prince was crowned, someone else was also crowned. This was a challenge to the dragon prince. The dragon prince would never allow it. The dragon prince was naturally angry. A shocking battle broke out between the two. In the end, they even used an extreme Tao weapon. However, in the end, the dragon prince was injured and his body was almost split open. What? The Qilin's son was stunned. Even if Lin Wudi was a young powerhouse, if he really wanted to compete with the dragon prince, he still favored the dragon prince. However, the result was beyond his expectations. He said, "How did that guy do it? Is the news true?" Chapter 5081. The news was absolutely true and had spread throughout the entire Holy Abyss ancient city. As for how he did it, no one knew. Apart from Lin Wudi and the dragon prince, no one else knew. A mysterious trump card? The Qilin's son narrowed his eyes. Interesting. He hoped to fight with this guy one day. Is there anything else? The Qilin's son asked. The armored man said yes. Apart from Lin Wudi, another young expert has appeared. First, he fought with the dragon prince, then with Kunping's son. Neither of them was at a disadvantage. Some people speculated that he was also an emperor. Who was this guy? The Qilin's son frowned. The situation in Holy Abyss ancient city had changed too quickly. Two young giants had appeared. I don't know. It's said that the other party is a monkey who can use an iron rod to sweep across the land. He's very strong and has the martial Tao Heavenly Eye. A monkey. The Qilin's son's eyes lit up as he recalled carefully. He shook his head. I don't know. Investigate the monkey's situation. If necessary, use the power of the entire family. He had to figure out its origin. At the very least, he had to know which emperor his father was. The Qilin's son was born in the era when his father, the Qilin emperor, dominated the world. After that, he was sealed and had been in a deep slumber until now. Therefore, he had no idea what had happened in the tens of thousands of years. He could only investigate. However, as long as it was an emperor, he should be able to find out. It seemed that apart from his old rivals, a new young giant had appeared. He had to hurry up. He had to prepare well. Next was the battle of the Supremes. Who could become the #1 young Supremes? Who would have a high chance of becoming an emperor? Every emperor and princess was an enemy. Sooner or later, they would have to fight. Once they met, he would not hold back. Dao sect. Lin Xian returned to the divine union. Everyone cheered. During this time, the monkey and Yi Wu Dao also came to see him. The group drank and chatted. The monkey and Yi Wu Dao were familiar with each other. Both of them also tested each other. The monkey said, "Brother Yi, you're also very strong. With a strong physique and emperor scriptures. You'll also be a young Supremes in the future. Brother Monkey, you're the powerful one." Yi Wu Dao also looked forward to it. The monkey's strength and arrogance, as well as the fact that he dared to attack the two emperors, shocked and admired him. On the other side, by Susu and Fu Hongya, the Crimson Dragon and the others looked at Lin Xian. By Susu, speaking of which, are you really going to leave this place? Lin Xian nodded. Last time, the Dragon Prince was able to attack Long Guang, and this time he can attack me. Therefore, I need to leave for a while. Once I break through to the Great Sage level, I'll return. Ben Huang also had to hurry up and cultivate. The dark red dragon also clenched its dragon claws. I have to break through as soon as possible and beat up that Dragon Prince. Little Martial Uncle will go with you. Fu Hongya, Lu Yuan, and the others asked. Lin Xian shook his head. Stay here and cultivate well. The Divine Union needs someone to preside over it. Wushuang City has just been reestablished, so all of this needs to be presided over. Susu, I'll leave the Divine Union to you. Hong Yi, Lu Yuan, the two of you will continue to manage Peerless City. Don't worry, Bai Susu said. Her father was Elder Bai. If she stayed here, she would be protected by Elder Bai. No one would dare to touch her. As for the Crimson Dragon and the Toad, they would leave with Lin Xian. Brother Ho, I'm preparing to leave. What about you? Are you coming with me? Monkey said, No, I still have many places I want to explore. Brother Lin, we'll meet again eventually. At that time, we'll see who's stronger. Lin Xian smiled. He said, But before that, I have something to do. Brother Monkey, are you interested? Sun Qiqian was surprised. Let's hear it. Lin Xian said, Other than the Dragon Prince, there's another genius in the Dragon Palace, Long Ao. Although I destroyed his Dao heart previously, he didn't die. I'm guessing that the incident with Long Guang was also caused by the Dragon Sea tribe. Therefore, I don't intend to let him go. I'm going to kill him. Sun Qiqian was interested. Count me in. Yi Wudao said, I want to take a look too. The Crimson Dragon and the Toad also jumped over. Good thing, let's go too. Lin Xian said, Me, Brother Monkey, and Wudao, the three of us will be enough. Just wait for the good news. All right, damn it, Ben Huang will definitely catch up to you. The Crimson Dragon was still a little inferior to Lin Xian, Monkey, and the others. However, with the Crimson Dragon's talent and bloodline, he would become a big shot sooner or later. It seemed that he had to use that power. The Crimson Dragon's eyes shone brightly. He turned around and entered the palace in the distance. Who knew what he was busy with? Lin Xian, Monkey, and Wu Dao. The three of them were ready to move. Lin Xian took out the Void Beast. At this moment, the Void Beast was much more powerful than it had been before, because Lin Xian directly placed him in the Sword World for him to cultivate. The Void Beast was like a treasure in the Sword World. The power of the Sword World provided him, and he had already broken through to become a great sage. At this moment, his void power was not weaker than the experts of the Gu family. Lin Xian had already sent people to keep an eye on Long Ao's whereabouts. Moreover, he knew that after the people of the Dragon Sea clan came to the ancient city, they temporarily stayed in the Blue clan. In other words, Long Ao was also in the territory of the Blue clan. Thinking of this, he patted the Void Beast. Let's go to the Blue clan. The Void Beast's body swayed, and a terrifying spatial power enveloped the three of them. Then it disappeared. Blue clan. At this moment, they were entertaining a group of important guests. They were the experts from the Dragon Sea. The patriarch of the Blue clan personally accompanied them. The Dragon Sea Lord also came. His expression was not very good. The Dragon Prince's injury made his heart heavy. More importantly, his son Long Ao's Dao heart had been destroyed. Now he was almost a cripple. However, his cultivation was not crippled. As long as he could rebuild his Dao heart, he would immediately become a top expert. So there was still hope. Lin Wudi. Thinking of this name, the Dragon Sea Lord's expression turned ugly. It was the other party who destroyed Long Ao's Dao heart. He stood up and said with a few elders of the Dragon Sea, We will make a trip to the 1,000 Dragon Court and see if there is any way. Long Ao will temporarily stay in the Blue clan. I hope you can take good care of him. Fellow Daoist Long, don't worry. Young Master Long Ao is here. I guarantee that nothing will happen to him. If anything happens to him, you can ask me. The patriarch of the Blue clan said confidently, What could go wrong in their headquarters? And now no one would dare to make a move, right? All right, you all will also protect Long Ao. After he finished saying those words, the Dragon Sea Master left with the two elders. The rest of the Dragon Tribe experts of Dragon Sea stayed behind. The patriarch of the Blue clan continued to entertain them warmly. Although the Blue clan was strong, they were still much weaker than the Dragon Clan. The relationship between the Dragon Sea and the Thousand Dragon Court was even more unusual. Pleasing the people of Dragon Sea was equivalent to pleasing the Thousand Dragon Court. The patriarch of the Blue Clan naturally understood this logic. He said, "Don't worry, I know that young Master Long Ao was injured by Linwoody. Our Blue Clan will send people to keep an eye on him. As long as he comes out or leaves the ancient city, we will inform you immediately." Chapter 5082. Elder Long E, please take a seat. The patriarch of the Blue Clan invited a middle-aged man over. This was an elder of the Dragon Sea clan. His strength and status were extremely terrifying. Elder Long E sat down, and the others in the hall also took their seats. The patriarch of the Blue Clan said, "Elder Long E, don't worry. We've already sent people to investigate. As long as that Lin Xian comes out, we'll know." Long E snorted coldly. That Lin Wudy was too arrogant. No matter how strong he was only a young man. How could he be an enemy of the entire Dragon Sea? Not to mention, he had offended the Dragon Prince this time. Just watch, he was dead meat. This guy didn't know how to hide his strength. Even if he had the strength and talent of the Emperor, he had to hide it. He was different from the Dragon Prince. The Dragon Prince had the Emperor clan as his backing. And what did that guy have? He didn't have any powerful family behind him. Now that he had displayed such terrifying strength, he could only be killed. If I were him, I would hide and wait until I reached the peak of the Great Sage Realm before coming out. At that time, who would be my opponent in the 4 seas and 8 wastelands? That's right. How could that Lin Wudy be compared to you, Elder Long E? The surrounding members of the Blue Clan all laughed, because the other party was right. With strength and background, you could be arrogant, but with strength and no background, no matter how arrogant you were, you would probably be slapped to death immediately. No one would let such a person with such potential grow up. Long E said coldly, "If he dares to appear, I can slap him to death. I will let him know the consequences of offending our Dragon Sea clan. That's because no matter how strong he is no match for us." The surrounding Dragon Clan experts also snorted coldly. Their eyes were filled with killing intent. "Who wants to slap me to death?" At this moment, a piercingly cold voice was heard. The people in the hall were stunned. While these people were gathering and chatting, Lin Xian and the other 2 had already arrived. They directly locked onto the place where Long Ao was. The place was heavily guarded. But how could it stop these 3 people? The Void Beast was directly teleported into the hall. There were a few people around Long Ao who were carefully taking care of him. Suddenly, they turned their heads. Who was it? Long Ao also raised his head. His eyes were still incomparably gray. It was clear that his Dao heart had yet to recover. However, as he was once an expert, his instincts told him that there was danger. An iron cudgel fell and smashed the few dragon race powerhouses who were taking care of them into a bloody mist. Meanwhile, Leaf Dowdenier waved his hand, unleashing boundless light. They formed a formation that enveloped the world. Lin Xian and the other 2 walked out. "It's you." When Long Ao saw this, his body trembled. "Damn it, how dare you come here? Do you want to die? Men, kill him." He roared crazily. It was this brat in front of him who had caused him to become like this. He had to kill him. However, Leaf Dowdenier shook his head and said, "It's useless. You can't make any sound." "Damn it. Leaf Dowdenier, are you going to help this brat? Do you know the consequences of offending me? The Dragon Prince has been crowned. If you offend me, the Dragon Prince will not let you go." Hearing this, Leaf Dowdenier snorted coldly. Lin Xian also had a strange expression. He said, "Didn't anyone tell you about the coronation? What could happen during the coronation? The Dragon Prince would definitely be crowned." Long Ao roared crazily. Sun Qi-Tian snorted coldly. "What an idiot. Is it the coronation? I fought with the Dragon Prince, and the other party didn't do anything. Isn't he unable to do anything to me?" Hearing this, Long Ao went crazy. The monkey in front of him could compete with the Dragon Prince? Moreover, it sounded like the two sides were evenly matched. What a joke! The Dragon Prince was the Emperor's son. What was this monkey? Could he be compared to the Emperor's son? The other party was crazy. Sun Qitian snorted coldly. Not to mention me, Brother Lin is even more amazing. He fought with the Dragon Prince and directly injured him. What did you say? Long Ao really went crazy this time. Lin Xian injured the Dragon Prince? Damn it, how is that possible? No one told him. He didn't believe it at all. These people were liars. They were all here to break his Tao heart. In fact, it was normal for no one to tell him. The previous Long Ao's confidence collapsed because of the blow and setback. If he was told that Lin Xian defeated the Dragon Prince, then the other party's confidence would probably never recover for the rest of his life. Therefore, the Dragon Sea Lord sealed the news and didn't allow anyone to tell Long Ao. Now that Long Ao heard it, he went crazy. Lin Xian looked at the other party and shook his head coldly. You are really miserable. What's the difference between you and trash now? Let me tell you another piece of news. The current me has also been crowned as a king. My current status and strength are not weaker than the Dragon Prince at all. Do you still dare to be my enemy? Long Ao's body trembled as he roared crazily. Impossible! Liar! You just want to destroy my Tao heart. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Ignorant ant, I'll let you feel it. It released a trace of aura, and at the same time there was a terrifying light in its eyes. He looked forward. At this moment, Long Ao's body trembled. He realized that the person he was facing didn't seem to be a young man. Instead, it was a great emperor, a high and mighty god. This was impossible. He was terrified. He felt this feeling from the Dragon Prince before. It made him despair and unable to resist. Now he felt it from the other party again. Could it be that this kid was really on par with the Dragon Prince? No, he was crazy. At this moment, Sun Qitian also walked out, and his body also emitted a pressure. Long Ao vomited a mouthful of blood. This force made him unable to resist, and he could only look up. This monkey also had the aura of an emperor. Damn these two young supremes. Even Yi Wudao's aura had become terrifying, far surpassing his. Long Ao was completely crazy. Previously, he didn't take Yi Wudao and Lin Xian seriously, but now the gap between the two was too big. He couldn't accept it at all. Puff! I don't believe it. He vomited a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. The light in his eyes. Before it disappeared, he was angered to death. Was he dead? Lin Xian was also stunned. This guy was really narrow-minded. He could even be angered to death. Sun Qitian also sensed it and shook his head. His soul had disappeared. What a waste. Yi Wudao also frowned. Long Ao had always been smooth sailing and had never experienced a big setback. But now he had taken the other party's life. Well, it saved us the trouble of doing it. Lin Xian snorted coldly. With a wave of his hand, the power of reincarnation enveloped the other party's body. Then he was taken away. With a flash, the void beast appeared, enveloping them and teleporting them away. At the same time, at the place where the Dragon Sea clan worshipped soul jade tablets, in front of them, a soul jade tablet cracked and shattered. The faces of the Dragon Sea clan changed. What was going on? When they looked carefully, they gasped. It turned out that Long Ao's soul jade tablet had shattered. Chapter 5083. Such a change caused the people of the Dragon Sea clan to be stunned. Their faces changed as they quickly informed the Dragon Sea clan master. These people moved quickly. On the other side, the people in the Blue clan's main hall were stunned. Who was it? A series of angry shouts rang out. Then an earth-shattering soul power charged forward. The surrounding void kept shattering. Especially the experts of the Dragon Clan. A terrifying aura surged out of them. The people of the Blue Clan were shocked because the one who attacked wasn't Long E, but a young man beside him. They didn't expect the Dragon Clan to have such a terrifying expert. The genius of the Dragon Clan said coldly, "Come out, or I'll tear you to pieces." In the next moment, a sneer rang out in the void. "You don't even know where I am, and you dare to say such big words?" The void cracked open, and a few figures walked out. "It's you." The surrounding people were stunned when they saw a familiar figure. "Lin Xian, Lin Wuti. Damn it, how dare you come here? What do you want?" A series of angry shouts rang out. The people of the Blue Clan were shocked. They didn't expect the other party to come without them knowing. Previously, they had boasted to the Dragon Sea Clan that as long as the other party came out of the sect, they would be the first to know. Now, the other party's actions had slapped them in the face. The young man of the Dragon Clan also had a cold look in his eyes. She looked young because of the pills she had taken and the secret technique she had cultivated. His real age wasn't young anymore. Although he couldn't be considered as an elder, he could be considered as a middle-aged man. According to his identity, he was Long Ao's uncle. At this moment, he looked at Lin Xian in shock. Was this the person who had been crowned as a king? An existence that could fight against the Dragon Emperor? The power of the other party seemed to have frozen his dragon blood. Too strong. However, his eyes were filled with killing intent. He wasn't from the younger generation, and his strength couldn't be measured by the younger generation. Therefore, he was confident that he could defeat the other party and even suppress him. If he could do it, the Dragon Prince would definitely thank him. Thinking of this, his lips curled into a smile. "Lin Wuti, there was a path to heaven, but you didn't take it. Now, kneel and accept your death." As he spoke, he sent a palm strike over. This strike shook heaven and earth, turning into a great mountain that descended from the sky. There was a monstrous flame on it, and it was extremely cold. "And with just you?" Lin Xian's eyes were filled with disdain. "Even Long Huangzi was defeated by me, let alone you." With a wave of his sleeve, countless sword chi flew out and turned into a terrifying sea of sword chi. Every sword chi was extremely sharp. The monstrous sword chi seemed to be able to tear the entire world apart. An earth-shattering sound rang out. Countless people were shocked. Countless arrays lit up in the hall to resist this power. The people from the Blue Clan had cold looks on their faces. They were ready to attack together. However, Long Yi waved his hand to stop him. There was no need to worry. The one who attacked was not from the younger generation. He was Long Ao's uncle, so he believed in his strength. So that's how it was. The people of the blue race all laughed. Such a character had cultivated for thousands of years, more than the others. Coupled with the dragon bloodline, he could definitely suppress Lin Wuti. After the attack, Yu Wudao looked at the battlefield and narrowed his eyes. This person was not ordinary. Monkey snorted coldly. It was nothing. The blood in his body was at least 4,000 years old. He was not from the younger generation. Otherwise, he would have been killed by this punch. "Kid, you're interesting. You can actually take my attack." The man shouted coldly. "Then, try this move of mine again." He waved his fists, turning them into a dragon head that charged over. He wanted to tear apart the sword chi that filled the sky. Lin Xian's eyes shone with a cold light as he snorted coldly. His palm turned into a demonic seal. Demonic seal! The black seal smashed down and shattered. The void. The dragon head was smashed into pieces. Not only that, Long Ao's uncle's body shook, and in the next moment he was torn apart. His soul was also torn into pieces in an instant. A miserable cry rang out, and the surrounding people were stunned. What was going on? Was this person dead? Impossible. The other elders of the Dragon Clan suddenly stood up, each of them dumbfounded. The people of the Blue Clan were also dumbfounded. Even Long Yi was stunned. He knew the strength of the person who attacked. He was definitely far beyond the younger generation. But now he was insta-killed by someone using a large square seal. Could it be that the gap was really that big? Or was it that they were careless and underestimated the enemy? If it was the second, then they could accept it. But if the gap was really too big, then they could not accept it. How strong was this Lin Wuti? How could such an ant be worthy of fighting with me? Lin Xian retracted the demonic seal and said indifferently. His gaze swept around, and those who were shrouded by his gaze felt their scalps go numb. One by one, they kept retreating. This gaze seemed to split them in half. The people of the Dragon Clan gritted their teeth. Long Yi's face was even more solemn. Previously, they were still dissatisfied with the Dragon Prince's injury and defeat. But now, they finally knew that the person in front of them did not rely on luck, but true strength. The opponent's strength was beyond their imagination. "What are you doing here?" The leader of the Blue Clan shouted coldly. Lin Xian said, "I'm here to inform you that Long Ao has been sent to hell by me." What? The surrounding people were stunned. The faces of the Blue Clan members changed greatly. When the Dragon Sea Lord left, he specially instructed them to take good care of Long Ao. They agreed, confidently, because this was their base camp. No one could come here to hurt Long Ao. But now, Lin Xian actually told them that Long Ao had fallen. This was impossible. The people of the Blue Clan roared crazily and quickly went to investigate. Soon the news spread. Not good. Young Master Long Ao had fallen. When these words came out, the people of the Dragon Clan went crazy. The people of the Blue Clan were in despair. Long Yi was furious. "You're courting death." Long Ao's Dao heart was destroyed, but there was still a possibility of recovery. But now everything was over. He could not bear it. The anger of the dragon, the roar of the sea. With a roar, the entire hall turned into an ocean. A huge whirlpool of seawater directly enveloped Lin Xian. In the whirlpool, 36 dragon shadows appeared. The power formed was enough to destroy everything. The moment he attacked, it was a fatal blow. It was enough to show how angry Long Yi was. "Want to kill me? With just you?" Lin Xian's eyes erupted with an extremely terrifying light. Monstrous flames appeared on his body. He used the 9-yang divine body to the extreme. "Burn for me." With an angry roar, the phantoms of 9 suns enveloped down, bombarding the seawater quickly evaporated. As for Lin Xian, he slashed out with his sword. Chapter 5084. Long Yi was shocked. He couldn't imagine that the flames on the other party's body were so terrifying. It was able to easily block the ultimate skill that it had unleashed. What shocked him even more was that the other party's sword was invincible. Even he was startled by this. Subconsciously, they dodged to the side. He dodged the sword. However, his expression became incomparably ugly. He dodged, indicating that he was afraid of the other party. Sure enough, Lin Xian's lips curled into a disdainful smile. "Long Hai, even an older generation figure can't do it. Damn brat, you're courting death." Long Yi snorted coldly. "I'm not good at this kind of absolute art. I'll let you know how powerful I am." An extremely terrifying light of the sea erupted from his eyes. Sea dragon eyes. A pair of eyes were incomparably strange. Everyone felt the suppression of their souls. What a terrifying soul power. This was an eye technique. Long Yi was an eye technique expert. Was he going to use such an eye technique to instantly kill the other party? Sensing that extremely powerful eye technique, Lin Xian had a strange expression. Competing with eye techniques? He wasn't weak either. His eye technique was the heavenly secret divine eye. Previously, he had absorbed enough reincarnation power in hell. At this moment, it had become incomparably terrifying. "Fine, I'll let you know what a true divine eye is." An extremely terrifying golden light flashed in Lin Xian's eyes. The moment this golden gaze appeared, it swept across the void. Everyone felt fear once again. The people of the Blue Clan were also shocked. They didn't expect that other than his strong physique, his eye technique was also so terrifying. Behind him, the monkey felt this power and laughed. Brother Lin's eye technique isn't any weaker than my martial Dao heavenly eye. Humph, I think this Dragon Clan member is going to be unlucky. The reincarnation power in Lin Xian's eyes transformed into a mountain and suppressed the blue sea in front of him. The two-eye techniques collided in the air, erupting with an extremely terrifying aura. Retreat. The people of the Blue Clan quickly retreated and began to block this invisible force. Even a formation might not be able to block it. Many people's blood boiled. Some people's faces turned pale and directly fainted. There were also some who spat out large mouthfuls of blood. Their faces were filled with fear. The leader of the blue race stared at the sky. He didn't know what was going on. Could this move kill Lin Wuti? Screams could be heard in the sky. The leader of the blue race was overjoyed. Great, Lin Wuti was injured. However, he soon discovered that this was not the case. Lin Xian stood there with his hands clasped behind his back. His eyes shone with a piercing light as if he was a god. The one who screamed was Long Yi. How was this possible? The leader of the blue race couldn't believe it. Long Yi, that was the true peerless expert of the Dragon Clan. He had used his ultimate eye technique, but he was still injured. How could this be? Long Yi also did not dare to believe it. However, the power contained within that mountain peak was extremely frightening. It was as if he wanted to reincarnate his soul. He was injured and kept vomiting blood. Damn it, what was that? The power of reincarnation? You can actually use reincarnation. How did you get this power? He was really crazy. Could it be that the unique skill that he had obtained was the reincarnation emperor? However, that shouldn't be the case. The monarch mystic skills that the other party had used earlier were all imbued with extremely strong demonic qi. It should be from the demonic realm. However, why would the other party use such a terrifying eye technique? Did this person have any weaknesses? And even the emperor of your dragon clan was defeated by me. Do you think you can contend against me? Long Yi roared. He turned his head to look at the leader of the blue race and roared crazily. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and mobilize all the power of your clan and take him down. Don't kill him. I want him alive. I want to figure out the secrets on his body. The young man in front of them had too many secrets. They had to figure it out. The leader of the blue race came back to his senses. He roared at the sky and attacked. He himself attacked even more aggressively. However, the power of space appeared on Lin Xian and the others' bodies and slowly faded. Did they want to leave? At this moment, another powerful expert attacked from afar. The people of the blue race were really angry. They sealed the world in ice. Lin Xian's face was gloomy. Everyone, don't hold back. Lin Xian threw out the heaven-swallowing jar. A black vortex swept forward. The monkey roared angrily, and his iron rod soared into the sky. It turned into millions of miles, shattering the void. Yi Wudao threw out the phantom of an immortal king, his fists sweeping in all directions. Large amounts of palaces shattered. The three of them were truly too powerful, all of them using emperor-level divine abilities. The sky fell and the earth cracked, blocking the attacks in the distance. At the same time, their figures disappeared. At this moment, several terrifying peak great saints of the blue race arrived. They smashed the void, wanting to stop them, but it was already too late. Damn it, did they let him escape? The blue race roared crazily. The four peak great saints attacked together, sweeping across. However, not long after, they returned, shaking their heads. The brat used the power of space to escape. What was going on? The leader of the blue race was also surprised. Could it be that the Gu clan was secretly helping him? Long Yi roared crazily. No matter who it was, he must kill him. Lin Wuti, monkey, Yi Wudao, I won't let you off. Our Dragon Sea race will let you know what despair is. When the people of the blue race heard this, they sighed in their hearts. Some of them shook their heads. Although the Dragon Sea race was strong, were these three weak? Lin Xian and that monkey were definitely emperor level. Wu Dao didn't use his full strength, but he also cultivated an emperor sutra. Moreover, he had a great emperor family behind him. Would the Dragon Sea race really dare to start an all-out war with the other party? So this time, Long Ao had died for nothing. Quickly send a message to the Dragon Sea Lord. The news spread out instantly. The Dragon Sea Lord in the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty quickly returned after receiving the news. When he returned, he roared at the sky. Damn it, Long Ao had fallen. Even his corpse was gone. It was taken away by the other party. Kill. He led the experts of the Dragon Sea race and charged toward the Dao sect. At this moment, everyone in Holy Abyss City looked up. Heavens, were the people of the Dragon Sea race going to war with the Dao sect? Stop, what do you want? The people of the Dao sect frowned. The other party was filled with killing intent and had charged into their Dao sect. Were they looking down on them? Although there were old ancestors among them who supported the Dragon Prince, it didn't mean that the Dragon Sea race was above them. Where was Lin Xian? Tell him to come out and die. The Dragon Sea Lord roared crazily. In the ancient city, countless people had rushed over to watch. When they heard this, they were even more shocked. Lin Xian. The other party was here for Lin Xian. Could it be that the Dragon Prince wanted to kill Lin Xian? The elders of the Dao sect frowned as well. Lin Xian was equally important. He had the support of an old ancestor. Naturally, they wouldn't let the other party get hurt. Why are you looking for Lin Xian? I want him to die. I want him to go to the 18 levels of hell. The Dragon Sea Lord roared crazily. At the same time, he sent a voice transmission to the people of the Dragon Palace, asking them to search the Dao sect quickly. Chapter 5085. The people of the Dao frowned even more when they heard that. He wanted to kill Lin Xian. It was even more impossible for them to let him enter. Whoever stops me will go to hell. An extremely terrifying killing intent erupted from Long Hai Lord's body and swept through the 9 heavens. Everyone's expression changed. The people of the Dao were also facing a great enemy. Do you want to start a war with the Dao sect? How about starting a war? Long Hai Lord was incomparably domineering. Behind him was the 10,000 Dragon Court and the Dragon Prince. He was fearless of everything. However, at this moment, the void broke open and a cold shout rang out. If you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Then a fist punched out, causing the sky to collapse and the earth to split. In the distance, the people watching the battle trembled. It was too terrifying. It was another peak great sage. Long Hai Lord roared angrily and struck out with a monstrous dragon claw to fight against it. The two collided and the power dissipated in the sky at the same time. Long Hai Lord's blood boiled and an extremely terrifying light burst out from his eyes. He stared straight ahead. A pair of large hands tore open the void in front and the savage wilderness ancestor walked out. If you dare to take another step forward, don't blame me for beating you into pieces. Savage wilderness ancestor was incomparably domineering. Firstly, this was the territory of the Dao, and the people brought by the other party were not enough to look at. Secondly, although both parties were peak great sages, he had been in this realm for many years. The other party was still far from being comparable to him. Long Hai Lord was so angry that he vomited blood. As the leader of a race, when had he been looked down upon like this? However, he also knew that this was not a place for him to be impudent. He said coldly, Lin Xian killed my son Long Ao. Long Ao is also a prince of your Dao. Aren't you going to ask about it? Lin Xian has already broken the rules. I cannot do anything, but your Dao sect has to punish him. The moment these words came out, the surrounding people were also shocked. It couldn't be. There was actually such a thing. It was too unbelievable. Previously, Long Ao's Dao heart was crippled by Lin Xian, and now he was killed by Lin Xian. No wonder Long Hai Lord was so angry. Savage wilderness ancestor said coldly, Do you have evidence? Dragon Sea Master said, Of course there is. Have Lin Xian come out. I will confront him. You're too late. Lin Xian has already left the Tao. Left? Did he run away out of guilt? Where did he go? Or do you want to protect him? Dragon, Sea Lord roared furiously. The savage lord snorted coldly. What? Are you doubting me? His body exuded an extremely terrifying power, causing the surrounding sky to crumble and the earth to crack. The members of the dragon tribe also began to tremble in fear. This aura was really too terrifying. He was above them. It made it impossible for them to block. Clan leader, the other party is too powerful. Why don't we leave first and ask old ancestor Fantasy World to investigate? Someone beside him reminded him. Dragon, Sea Lord's face was cold. He waved his sleeve and turned to leave. After returning, he invited old ancestor Fantasy World. The answer the Fantasy World ancestor gave him was that the Tao sect could no longer sense Lin Xian's aura. He was nowhere to be seen in the entire Holy Yuan ancient city. They naturally believed Fantasy World ancestors' words. Dragon, Sea Master roared. Damn it, he actually left? He must have used the teleportation array in the Tao sect. Quickly go and investigate. Even if he escapes to the ends of the earth, I will find him and suppress him. Dragon, Sea Lord's people moved quickly. A few elders of the Dragon Sea clan rushed over to inform them. However, they discovered that the Dragon Sea Master had already received the news. Furthermore, to their astonishment, the Dragon Sea Master had already received the news. Dragon Sea Lord didn't catch the enemy at all. He was so angry that he was about to vomit blood. They were dumbfounded. After Lin Xian and the others killed Long Ao, they left the Blue Clan. After leaving, he left with Monkey, Yu Wu Dao, and the others. They would meet again after breaking through to the Great Sage Realm. Then he teleported back to the Divine Union, brought the Toad and the Crimson Dragon, and found the Savage Lord. He directly used the super teleportation array and left this continent. Underworld. Undead tribe. On this day, countless powerhouses moved out. Their expressions were solemn, and their eyes seemed to be filled with awe and excitement. Is he here? Someone whispered. An elder nodded. Soon. After about half a day, a low voice sounded from afar. The people of the undead tribe raised their heads to look at the sky. The clan leader of the undead tribe came out personally to welcome him. Behind him stood many elders of the undead tribe. If the other clans and sects of the underworld saw such a grand scene, they would definitely be shocked. The undead tribe was the primordial tribe. How powerful was it? Who were they welcoming now? A war chariot descended from the sky. The war chariot was very strange. Half of it was black, and the other half was white. It seemed to have turned into yin and yang. The war chariot stopped when it was a meter away from the ground. A terrifying aura swept out in all directions. The clan leader of the undead tribe walked forward and smiled. Fairy Yunchi, we've been waiting for you for a long time. For figures stood around the war chariot. The 4 great sages wore masks, and their auras were equally terrifying. At this moment, the door of the war chariot opened, and a woman walked out. This woman was even more strange. Half of her face was wholly like an angel, while the other half was terrifying like a demon. The moment she appeared, many young geniuses of the undead tribe were shocked. Their expressions became terrified, and even those elders were stunned. The clan leader of the undead tribe said, Fairy Yun Yue, this is? The woman in front said coldly, Don't worry, I've reached a critical moment in cultivating my mystique. That's why I have such an impression. I see. The clan leader of the undead tribe naturally knew about this woman's identity and background. Hence, he was not surprised. He said, Fairy Yun Yue, please. As the clan leader of the undead tribe, he was so respectful to her. The geniuses of the undead tribe were also confused. This woman was also from the younger generation. Why was their clan leader so afraid of her? As for her background, They had heard a little about it. The number one genius of their clan, the Undead Abyss, once had an engagement. The other party was a genius of a certain primordial tribe. However, the Undead Abyss had unexpectedly fallen. The undead tribe had informed the other party of this news. The engagement could not continue. Now that the primordial tribe had arrived, this woman should be the Undead Abyss fiancée. Yu walked into the main hall. The 4 guards who followed her stood outside to guard her. The clan leader of the undead tribe and a few core elders walked in. The others were all blocked outside. After entering, the clan leader of the undead tribe sighed. "We're sorry about the Undead Abyss." Yunyua's expression turned cold. "Who killed him?" "Although we're not married yet, he's still my fiancé. Whoever killed him, I'll avenge him. Our Destiny Gemini tribe will never let our enemies go." As she spoke, the light on her body became even more terrifying. Half of it seemed to be about to ascend to immortality, while the other half seemed to be about to fall into hell forever. Chapter 5086. This scene caused the surrounding elders to suck in a breath of cold air. They had to admit that this woman was really terrifying. The leader of the undead spirits seemed to see hope. He said that the person who killed Ling Yuan was also a young genius. His name was Lin Wudi. Lin Wudi. Yun Xia frowned. What an arrogant name. What was the background of this person? Did he know his identity and background? She asked. The leader of the undead spirits said that he didn't know. Previously, he belonged to the Killing Temple. Later, he fell out with the Sandkill Temple and left the underworld. After hearing this, Yunyu frowned even more. She gently clapped her hands and said, "Come in." The door of the hall opened, and there were 4 guards outside. One of them walked in. This guard was wearing a bronze mask. After he came in, he asked, "Princess, what's the matter?" Yunyu asked, "Have you heard of Lin Wudi?" After hearing this, the guard's eyes flickered. He had heard this name recently. Oh, the surrounding people were stunned. Yunyu explained in detail. Not long ago, news came from St. Yuan Ancient City that the Dragon Prince was crowned successfully. At the same time, another person was crowned king on the same day. He was also from the Path Sect, and his name was Lin Wudi. The Path Sect crowned 2 kings in one day. This news not only spread throughout the ancient city, but also in all directions. Even many people in the myriad worlds had learned of the news. After the undead clan heard this, they sucked in a breath of cold air. Lin Wudi was already crowned king. Could he compete with the emperor? This wasn't good news for them. Yunyu also asked, "Besides Lin Wudi, do you know anything else?" The guard shook his head. He could kill the number 1 genius of the undead spirits. His strength was close to the emperor's, so the most likely person was Lin Wudi. After hearing this, Yunyu took a deep breath, and an extremely sharp light burst out from her eyes. "A crowned king? Humph! Can you be arrogant just because you are? My Destiny Gemini clan can control your life. Unless you have an emperor clan as your background, you will die without a doubt." It seemed that even if Lin Xian was crowned king, the Destiny Gemini clan did not intend to let him go. The undead spirits clenched their fists. It seemed that they could only rely on this woman in front of them. After that, the members of the Twins of Destiny left. After leaving the underworld, Yunyu's eyes shone with a sharp light. Search for Lin Wudi's whereabouts and act as soon as there's a chance. Don't kill him. Keep him alive to suppress him. For this person to be able to compete with the Crown Prince, he must have countless secrets. Once we obtain his secrets, we will kill him. Yes. The guard bowed and agreed. Regarding this matter, Lin Xian didn't know. He also didn't know that he was being watched by the Destiny Twins. At this moment, after endless teleportation, they finally stopped. A vortex appeared in the air. Several figures appeared. Lin Xian stood in the 9 heavens and looked down. Feeling the aura of this place, he was also amazed. They had already left Yaoguang continent. far away from wholly distant city. They arrived at another continent. This place was also a buried emperor star called the horizontal jade continent. Let's go. Lin Xian waved his hand. The toad and the crimson dragon also followed. Whitey also jumped out, looking very happy. The group flew into the distance. After a few days, they stopped. They discovered that there was a kind of jade in the forest ahead. It was something they had never seen before. This kind of jade was similar to a divine crystal. It was crystal clear and contained powerful energy. No wonder it was called the horizontal jade continent. It turned out that it had such power. Lin Xian waved his hand and held a piece of jade in his hand. He sensed some information. It seemed that each continent had a different source of power. This new power was able to cause the power in his body to boil. This time he would break through to the great sage realm on the horizontal jade continent. Then he would kill his way back and fight with the dragon prince. Kid, watch me. At this moment, the crimson dragon walked out. He waved his hand and took out a disc array, beginning to search for something. During this period of time, the crimson dragon was very mysterious. He seemed to have been affected by Lin Xian and the dragon prince being conferred the title of king. The crimson dragon also worked very hard to cultivate. However, his cultivation did not increase. He seemed to be researching formations. Lin Xian glanced at him curiously. What kind of new formations are you researching? The crimson dragon said proudly. Kid, watch out. Ben Huang's cultivation is not weaker than yours. When the time comes, Ben Huang will also suppress an emperor. As he spoke, the disc array in his hand spun quickly. There seemed to be a dragon image circling around it. Let's go. The dragon, head pointed in a direction. The crimson dragon quickly flew. Lin Xian and the toad curiously followed. After flying for about half a day, the crimson dragon stopped. There was a continuous mountain range in front of them. The crimson dragon was constantly moving. When they were at the 24th mountain range, he said, "This is it." The toad said, "Rizalong, what are you doing? Is there a treasure here?" "Xiao, buddy, and check it out." Lin Xian also looked at Xiao Bai. When it came to finding treasures, Xiao Bai was an expert. However, Xiao Bai was confused. "Yeah, there's nothing delicious here." "Damn, Rizalong, can you do it?" The toad asked. The crimson dragon said, "What does this little monkey know? He specializes in finding spirit fruits. I'm also looking for treasures, but Xiao Bai is not interested. I'm looking for spirit veins of heaven and earth. Do you know what I just used? Searching for dragons and fixing veins." This was a great method. When practiced to the extreme, one could be called a heavenly master. With the power of heaven and earth, it was enough to suppress everything. At that time, Ben Huang would be heavenly master long. To be specific, Lin Xian was also confused. The crimson dragon explained in detail, and Lin Xian was also surprised. It turned out that this was a power that surpassed the power of formations. At their level, the array formation they set up was extremely terrifying. Lin Xian had even seen the formations of the great emperor, and it was even more terrifying. However, there was another way to set up formations. That was to directly use mountains and rivers, spirit veins and dragon veins as proof, and use heaven and earth, the sun, the moon, and the stars as power to set up formations. These people cultivated to a terrifying level and were called Earth Masters. At the terrifying level, they were called Heavenly Masters. A heavenly master was enough to make countless families of the remote antiquity panic. The Crimson Dragon was using this method now. Lin Xian was also surprised. He did not expect the other party to have such a secret technique. "Are you looking for a dragon vein?" Lin Xian asked. The Crimson Dragon pointed at the mountain peak below and said, "No, it's a jade vein." "Didn't you find a piece of jade before? There's a complete jade vein here." "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and do it." The toad could not wait any longer. Its eyes were red. If they could get such a big jade vein, it would definitely improve their cultivation.